Hello. It is I. I am here. Not quite done setting up yet, of course, but hello. Anyways, now it's time to get to Final Fantasy XIV. I am in fact here. So we can go over... We can unmute the game. We can go to the game. We can see my face. It is here. I still have never labeled this bit cup. As one lonely bit falls into the abyss. I honestly don't remember what we were doing last time. Well, I know we were talking to Ramu, or about Ramu, to the Sylphs. But I don't remember what we were doing next. I know what I'm doing next, by virtue of I leveled up like 5 times off camera. But, you know... Those things are true. We were doing those things. And we will continue to be doing those things. Ah, Suko, how was your nap for like a week? Well, I mean, I was doing some things. So, our main quest... right, we're doing something involving La Habrea. But actually what we're doing is something involving Bard. Because there's at least 2 class quests I can do now that I didn't have before. The level 35 and the level 41. So we might as well get started on those. What is happening in the land of Bard? Perhaps we will find out. Oh, you. Shehantel. Ah, that glint of determination in your eyes is a testament to your newfound strength. You put me in mind of my salad days, Sucro. You'd know why I truly abandoned the battlefield and became a bard? That I took an arrow in the knee is what most God damn it. I forgot they did that joke. They did that little reference. Famous location of arrows. That I took an arrow in the knee is what most folk believe, but it's quite clear you are not most folk. Very well. I shan't insult your intelligence with an untruth. For now, allow me to answer by saying that everything in creation is given to change, and man most of all. I was drawn to the power of song, the power to touch the very souls of men, and decided that I must pursue it. Sadly, that power has all but been forgotten in this age of cynicism. Such songs as those performed by tavern bards serve no purpose beyond the amusement of drunkards. But that was not always the way of it. There was a time when song could shape the outcome of conflict. Ever since nations first quarreled, armies have fielded archers wherewith they rained death upon the enemy from afar. Such as the thing going on behind me in the background. As the battle unfolded, however, the distinction between the lines of friend and foe would grow hazy, yet the archer's part did not end there. He had to stay ever alert, with arrow nocked and eyes trained upon the struggle. Even as his comrades fell, turning the earth red with their blood, the archer could ill afford to avert his gaze, lest that moment cost another his life. One need not have a vivid imagination to appreciate the torrent of emotions that raged within him in that moment. Nerves near to fraying, his breast fit to burst, the archer did the only thing he could. He sang. His bow became a makeshift instrument, plucked as an accompaniment. At first the archer sang only to still the roiling within, but his voice chanced to carry to his comrades. It inspirited those engaged in combat, lending strength to their sword arms, and those who lay upon the precipice. To those who lay upon the precipice of death, it granted a measure of peace. Realizing the tactical potential of song, yet loath to set aside skilled archers for that purpose, armies began raising dedicated regiments of minstrels. But the members of such units were no warriors, Sucro. Fair of voice and nimble of finger, these career minstrels could find a place in the hall of any lord. Yet they knew not of the burden borne by those who charge into battle, whose lot is to dance with death and sup on pain, and so their songs rang hollow, holding no power over the hearts of men. In eastern Lanosha, spirits are said to haunt the trees of Raincatcher Gully. I would ask you to travel there and await the emergence of these specters. Through force of arms, you are to release the spirits from their tormented existence and, in the doing, ease their unfathomable suffering. With such a deed might you draw forth an ancient melody from the soul of the bard. Gotcha. Kill ghost, learn song. Such is the way of things. That's quite a distance away from anything useful. Do I have any of these points? No. 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 It's a good start. No. No. Well, to Lim Salominsa then, I suppose. Time to start gathering teleport points. Lim Salominsa. I'm probably not going to stay as Bard, but I feel like I might as well do these quests while I'm here, right? Is that right? Do I want to be in Middle Lanosha? Well, I got experience for it. 16,000 experience for walking into an area. I don't know how significant it is. I need 324,000 total to level up, so I guess it's a little significant. Let's go this way. Let's take a nice exploration of the environs, I suppose. Just absorb the atmosphere of this location. And its triumphant music. First I'll grab this aetherite. I keep expecting the bar that's below Sucro that measures bard song things to be like the casting bar, and I'm confused when it doesn't fill up. I've arranged my own HUD in such a way that it confuses myself. That's probably not great. Now here's a fun fact for you. Oh, that's actually not helpful at all. I need to go this way. Here's a fun fact for you. Last time I played this game, eventually in this game you get flying mounts. You get the ability to fly in areas. You usually have to earn it on a per area basis. But last time I played this game, areas from the Realm Reborn part of the game did not have flight at all. And now, once you beat the main story of A Realm Reborn, you can fly in these areas. So that'll be interesting to experience. And then sad as soon as I go to Heavensward and I'm grounded again. I don't know exactly at what point of the storyline you gain flight. But it'll be weird to be able to fly through areas that weren't explicitly designed with flight in mind. Like, there's someone flying right now. The fact that they weren't designed with flight in mind is probably part of why it took so long to add flight to them in the first place. What are you about? Oh, treasure. I'll do that at some point. I didn't realize treasure maps were so early. Oh yeah, Chocobo Racing new game. Chocobo GP. I'm very glad to see that. Like, I didn't ever play the original Chocobo Racing, but I got excited to see a new one, because it's been a long time. It does kind of look like those things. I wasn't like doing a deep analysis of the mechanics. I was just happy that it existed. I will probably play it. Oh, environmental storytelling. What happened to the bridge? Oh, I do actually need to keep going down. If this were a different game, that bit of the bridge would probably collapse underneath you. Or something. Oh, I need to be up? What does that mean? How do you up? Oh, okay. You sense ghosts. game still has loud sound effects and battle music. But I don't think the volume settings are any different than they were, so it should be fine. Every time I'm concerned about this. The form that ghosts take in this game is interesting. They're just little orb. They look like friends to me. I suppose that Bard quest was more about the journey than the destination. Unless you've already made the journey and can just teleport there, then it's all about the destination. Hello. Welcome back, Sucro. In your eyes I see a layer of understanding, of regret and of futility. And your heart, it now echoes with the strains of an old song newly discovered. Embrace this song, and as you play it in battle, as you play it in battle, shall ever more powerful emotions beset and temper your soul. When your stock of tales has grown, pray return and regale me with the stories of your adventures. And thus we get the Warden's pie. Paean? Song? Paean. Ah, the pain. Now, where is this song on my bar that I've got? Is this not even on my bar? Did I not put this on the bar in the past? 'Twould seem that I did not. Oh wait, we've got Paean, and then Paean over here, just to make it more confusing. Well, oh wait, no, I see where it is on the bar. So this is one of the few Bard support things that exists in the current form of the game. Remove one select detrimental effect from the self or target party member. I did! Anyway, we're high enough level to get the next one, too. Let's see. What you missed is just doing this Bard quest, like the first one. Jahantel told me about how bards work and why they exist. Someone, an archer in battle, was full of emotions from seeing all of their comrades die and whatnot, and they just sort of started singing, and it was good. I'm really good at summarizing things that I just read, as you can tell. 'Tis good to see you return, Sucro, and more seasoned still for your time in the world. Call me a spoony Call me a spoony bard. Also, this guy made a arrow in the knee reference, and now he's making a spoony bard reference. Call me a spoony bard, but as a man in the winter of his years, it gives me great joy to observe an adventure in the spring of hers. This is an odd time for recollection, but it was a spring day when a bard first came to my hometown. He played the most sorrowful chords, even as his words tantalized the ear like the breath of one's first love. Many a maiden's heart was stolen during his visit, and doubtless more besides. Sucro, would you believe that common bards too were born of archers? This may seem far-fetched upon first hearing, but it isn't so far a stretch. Ask yourself this: what becomes of soldiers when conflict gives way to peacetime? Some have lives they might return to, aye, but most must needs take up a new trade to make ends meet. Well, it so happened that many who had once bent the bow took to strumming the harp. They wandered the realm, singing passionately and earnestly of the wars seen through their own eyes, of sweet victories and bitter defeats, of sacrifice and cowardice. Their songs so captured the imagination of the people, nary a day passed that a bard was not called to perform, be it in a humble tavern or some great lord's hall. Alas, their popularity proved their downfall. Intoxicated by the attentions of the masses, the bards took to embellishing their songs in a bid to outdo one another. And over time, each song was shorn of verity, till the bard's repertoire contained not one shred of truth. By now you will know that such songs have no purchase upon men's hearts. Certainly a bawdy tune may set off fits of laughter in a sailor, and a sorrowful ballad summon tears from the eyes of a soft-hearted maiden. Yet these are but pale shadows of what songs can achieve. For a blessing, this decline did not escape the notice of the Mughals. As great patrons of the arts, they feared that the true power of song might be lost to mankind. So it was that they labored to gather and safeguard those crystals known as souls of the bard, that they might be bestowed upon worthy men and women. Now, well as I know you relish listening to my sermons, I dare say it's past time we moved on to the practical side of the lesson. I know I've mentioned this previously, but tell me, are you perchance familiar with the Ballad of the Vainglorious Fool? Shrug. Nay? Well, that won't do at all. We must remedy this post-haste. The song recounts the massacre of Griffin Crossing, a battle that took place decades past, wherein countless Gridanian lives came to a premature end. But do forgive me, I seem to have mistaken the proper order of things. Before I begin, I must be convinced that the point of the tale will not be lost upon you. Elsewise, I will have wasted my breath in the telling of it. Heed well these instructions. You must make your way to Welwick Wood, where resides a mated pair of aldgoats that have but recently lost a kid. The pair has been driven mad with grief, and only death will put an end to the uncontrolled rampages. Linger in their territory until you encounter the beasts, then let fly your arrows of mercy. As you liberate them from their sorrow, so too shall your soul resonate with the echoes of poignant melody. There are some goats that are sad. Shoot them and understand how they are sad when they are dead. Sure, why not? This quest is called Bard's Eye View because of course it is. As I said earlier, I'm probably not going to stick with Bard, but I should at least do the quests while I'm here. Once I reach level 50, I will have the opportunity to unlock both Red Mage and Samurai, and I'm considering both of them. Red Mage is a class that I played a lot during the Stormblood expansion, originally. Samurai is a class I've barely played at all, ever. So either could be worth playing again. Or playing for the first time, for the most part. The problem with trying out something completely new on the stream would be that I'd have to figure it out on the stream. And that might be something. I don't know what it would be. But usually, if you're taking up a new class in this game, you have to spend a while staring at the HUD and the menus in order to understand it. You might have to look up and read external resources of some kind. That sort of thing. When I briefly looked up samurai the other day, as in yesterday, I found a guide that said it was easier than dancer. Specifically, it made that comparison, which is strange to me because dancer is the easiest class for me personally to play out of all the ones I've tried. Dancer is just the one that makes sense to me. Of course, anytime someone says a class in this game is easy, I get kind of concerned about my own ability and wary of that person, because this game has a lot of buttons. I don't know if you've noticed. There's a lot to keep track of and do at the same time and think about. Anyway, we're in goat territory. You sense goat. Goat detected. Goat defeated. I don't really know how necessary it was to go destroy 2 sad goats in order to think about music. But, you know, I don't know. Sure, why not? Even if it relates to the goats, I guess they were described as going mad with grief, so maybe they were dangerous goats now. Why do I have to shoot sad goats? That's mean. You have slain the Ald goats and felt the echoes of their sadness resonate within your soul, is what it says. I feel bad for the goats. This is the amount of empathy that I have, is that I feel bad for 2 virtual goats that I had to shoot, I guess. I mean, yeah, that's fair. It's probably not unusual to feel bad for the goats. Hey, Jehantel. Welcome back, Sucro. I can almost hear the cries of mourning that have seared themselves into your soul. That you remain unbowed by such anguish is a testament to your spirit's fortitude. I'm a cat. Yet even as your heart swells to contain these new experiences, you must not neglect your skills with the bow. A resilient heart must needs have a robust body in which to beat. Once you've trained both to equal strength, I shall perform for you the Ballad of the Vainglorious Fool. And now we get Army's Paeon, I guess. So this is when we have multiple of the major bard song. You hear a faint voice carried on the winds of time. Is a cool message for... Jehantel had to like load in and fall down for a second there. Anyway, level 41. So now that we have 2 of these, I think what is meant to be done is you must use one, and then when it is near running out, you must swap to the other. And a bard must cycle through their songs in this manner. The Wanderer's Minuet over here at level 52 is the 3rd of the 3. Before, in Heaven's Word, Wanderer's Minuet... Well, firstly, in Heaven's Word, the Mage's Ballad and the Army's Paeon did not function like this and were entirely support-oriented, I believe. I believe they increased MP and TP regeneration respectively. TP is no longer in the game whatsoever. Completely cut out. So there's that. But in that period of time, the Wanderer's Minuet, instead of doing what it does now, completely changed how the class played once you turned it on. Similar to the Machinist's Gauss Barrel, it turned all of your attacks into attacks that had cast time. You had to stand still to fire, instead of having the mobility that you do. You became a magical DPS in terms of playstyle, in exchange for higher damage, so you had to use it. If you didn't use it, you were just shooting yourself in the foot and becoming worthless. When Stormblood rolled around, they were like, wait, this makes ranged DPS lose all of their identity. Or like ranged physical DPS. This makes them just a mage. Oops, we fucked it. And then they changed it, and now mobility persists through all levels of this class. And the other ranged DPS ones. So there's a fun little history fact about the game. Anyway, now we have to pursue La Habrea, I guess. But first, let me pitch a question to anyone asking, actually, while we're in this loading screen. How do we feel about sequence breaking? Should I do Palace of the Dead, or should I wait until it makes sense for the story? Because I could do a little bit of it now, maybe. But on the other hand, maybe I should just progress the story, because we're going to be pretty far behind by the time Endwalker comes out. There are several options. Regardless, the reason I'm showing up here first is that I have enough seals to advance my Grand Company rank, I believe. And I should do that. I believe this is the start of a Beast Tribe questline? No, this is a PvP thing, I think, actually. Focus on story. Alright. Well, I will go ahead and rank up. I think it's you. Apply for a promotion! All you need for this promotion is some seals. In the sight of the elementals, I hereby confer upon you the rank of Serpent Private 2nd Class and all rights and privileges associated with the title. Go forth and do that which brings peace to the 12's wood and honor to our name. Yeehaw. What's the next promotion? Just more seals. Not too far away from that. I think you need a certain rank in the Grand Companies for later. There are... Actually, there's another thing at this point, which I can show once we go to Ul'dah. Because there are optional dungeons already. We've done one of them. We did Halatali, which was optional. There is another optional dungeon that is available. Whenever I see one of these optional dungeons, I'm typically surprised that it's optional because I forgot about it. We go to the market. I forget what this one is called. There's a quest over here. Dishonor before death. It's the dungeon with, like, the sand pits that you jump in. I should probably do this at some point. But I don't know if I should do it now. Perhaps I should at least accept the quest. Time heals all wounds, or so say those who've never experienced true pain. True. More than 30 summers have passed since I carried the standard of the Darklight Raiders into Cutter's Cry. That's what it's called. But not a day goes by that I don't see the faces of the friends I lost that fateful day. Sherbald the Red and his loyal second, Aubrius Stillwater. Simone the Sweet, always armed with a jab and a jest. Our ever ireful mage, Shiran Zabran, as quick to cast as he was to temper. Thormoen Thousandgill, never has there lived a man with a tighter grip, be it on his sword or his coin. And let us not forget one Ilm Alizone. Though it's hard to fathom now, what with all the adventurers scampering about like rabbits in the spring, there was once a time when bands of mercenaries who who the city-states turned to when in need of a blade, the Darklight Raiders being the biggest and best of them bands. Ishgardian-funded forays into hellish pits like the Arum Vale would earn us a king's ransom in a matter of days, though it would only take a night of devil's play at the Mirage to see it gone from our purses. But so was the life of a raider. That is, until we took that job at Cutter's Cry. My brothers and I had stood against the herds of giant buffaloes. Buffaloes? Why did I say that? Buffaloes on Ogomoro. Snurble infestations on the Pearl. Legions of cold-blooded Sahagan from the abyssal depths of the Indigo Deep. But none of that prepared us for the horrors we would face in the Hellsbrood holes. None of it prepared us for the Chimera. Oh, right, that boss fight. The bards still sing of the day 7 of the realm's finest warriors set off into the bowels of that forsaken place, but only saw one return. Sibold the Stoic, spared by the beast so that he may warn all others who would be foolish enough to despoil the Chimera's lair. Ah, my apologies. No, it's not that Chimera, it's a different Chimera. You did not come to hear the guilt-ridden ramblings of an old man. But if you have a moment, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. The final wish of an ailing soul seeking peace with his past before departing on his journey through the 7 gates. In each of the 30 summers since escaping from the maws of that terrible beast, I've returned to its lair to pay the proper respects for my fallen compatriots. However, the years have finally caught up with old Sibold, and try as I might, no longer can these bones make the trek alone. If it's not too much to ask, would you travel to Cutter's Cry in my stead, and place this bouquet of flowers upon the resting place of the Darklight Raiders? Well, that's an optional dungeon. Maybe I should go do that. I wonder if I have the item level for it, honestly, because my item level is far behind my actual level due to being a much higher level than the game intends me to be at this point. Well, then the game intended me to be when this content was new, is what I should say. Because the game definitely intends you to catch up quicker in terms of level than you used to. Given, earrings like this increase experience earned by 30% when level 80 and below. Guess I might as well put the flowers. Bouquets such as these are oft used as offerings to the dead. I did. This is Cutter's Cry, a labyrinth of sand-ridden caverns. And you hear that? That sound like the whuffing snort when a fire catches? That's the Chimera. Not that I've seen it. Sure, go right on in if you're that certain of your ability to make it out in one piece. Just don't expect me to go trotting in there after you, no matter how hard you wail and holler. Ah, you promised old Sybil the Stoic, did you? He's what's called a man of principle, he is. A little too much principle, I'd say. What's wrong with wanting to live when you've a wife at home, big with child? Aye, the tale goes that rather than facing the fate spun for him by Nemea, he hid beneath the mangled body of his leader and watched as his companions were torn apart, one by one, all so that he might return home to see his son born. Should he have died a hero rather than lived a coward? Was being able to see his son worth having the boy grow knowing his father was a craven? A disgrace to his friends and family? Should I ever find myself faced with a similar decision, would I have the courage to walk the righteous path? Now you know the true reason I will never step into that cave. Thanks, random guy! I love to hear about all of your detailed opinions. I did just get given a helmet, though. Looking weird, Sukuro. Looking cool. Okay. So, is there even a item level requirement? No. Will I be screwing people over by going in there with my lower level gear? It's not the worst gear, but it's pretty bad. Maybe I shouldn't go in here. I don't know. Regardless, we have it as an option. You think it'd be fine? Well, we would get better gear from doing it, too. I just don't want to make people upset or sad. Importantly, before I do that, I have to change my hat into regular. There. Now then, perhaps I will line up for that after all then. And now, a classic of Final Fantasy XIV. Let's see if I can be right back while in line, and whether or not that destroys me. I was not destroyed. Everything is fine. And now we wait. Very exciting part of the video game is to wait in line for a dungeon. One could argue that this is the perfect reason I should be trying tank or healer again. But, anxiety? So, you know, that would be difficult. Let's see. Checking something important in the meantime. Okay, purple means go in close, blue means go far away. Gotcha. The Chimera has a mechanic where their eyes glow a color, and they're about to do an AoE attack based on that. And so, yeah, purple close, blue far, I think is what I just said. I've already forgotten. What are you about? Ah, this is where the samurai is learned. This is where you can learn the way of the samurai. Part of me does want to try learning how to do like a tank thing, but I'm scared. So I'm just gonna run in circles instead. Now I could attempt to progress the story while waiting in line, which would cause the dungeon to immediately be ready as soon as I started doing anything, probably. The Masked Man? Ah, you're come on behalf of the Scions, of course. Yes, as we've already relayed to Lady Menphilia, there's been a sighting of this rogue near about eastern Thanalan. A brass blade stationed at Highbridge described him in detail when he alerted us to suspicious activity. I would point you to the witness, but I'm afraid he died not 2 days ago, slain by a marauding horde of qarn. Fate can be a cruel mistress. But do not be too quick to despair. Being situated on a trade route, Highbridge sees its fair share of travelers. Folk are always coming and going, and some among them may well have caught a glimpse of your target. You could do worse than to speak with a merchant named Heihibaru. The fellow's always starved for customers, and he'd no doubt welcome your attention. I think I'm allergic to Uldan Lalafell merchants, probably. Excuse me for that. The fellow's always starved for customers, and he no doubt welcome your attention, whether or not you have coin or the mind to spend it. I should have muted for that, I'm sorry. Ugh. Well, you say it's fine, but there are a lot of sounds that bother me when they're not hidden, so... I guess we can go ahead and proceed towards the location. Awoo! The awoo has been redeemed. Awoo. Awoo. You got like 4 awoos out of that. 4-for-1 special. Okay. Alright, Hihibaru. Welcome to Highbridge, adventurer. Whatever you seek, I, Hihibaru, can provide it. Probably. You're after a masked man? I'm not sure I have one of those in stock. Oh, you're after a masked man. Why didn't you say so sooner? Such an individual might have featured in one of the many rumors I've heard. If you linger a while, mayhap you'll learn a thing or two, huh? Eh? When the Order of Nalthal began excavating the ruins below, I had hopes that Highbridge would turn into a bustling hub for pilgrims. But thanks to the nigh-endless beastmen raids, folk are too afraid to come within a mallum of here. I sold everything I owned to get my venture started, and I'm loath to give up without making an earnest effort to stick it out. But if things keep going as they are, I'll be bankrupt before the moon is through. Whining won't do me any good, though. No, for my business to survive, I need a business. Speaking of which, perhaps you'd like to browse my wares, spend a bit of coin to help a struggling merchant. The masked man? Thal, take your bloody masked man. I know what I said before, but vague rumors are all I've got. If you want to know about him, go and ask the other merchants. Fine. I guess I'll talk to merchants or something. Aye, I've heard tell of the Masked Devil. Seems he've been appearing not only around Highbridge, but elsewhere about Thanalan too. Enough folk have reported seeing him to convince me he's more than a figment of the imagination, but little is known about him otherwise. We have gained the knowledge that there is no knowledge. At least in part. On the trail of a masked man. I have heard of him, but only in hushed tones and faint whispers. Said he wears a black hooded robe and looks right suspicious, and that's about all I can say, little though it is. The amount of times you have to go talk to a bunch of people who don't know anything is kind of... It's not a super high number, but it's not a small number. Have I seen a masked man wearing a dark robe? No, I haven't, nor do I wish to. Business is bad enough without shady characters lurking about. Folk have been giving Highbridge a wide berth because of all the qarn raids. None but the most devout of pilgrims are willing to come here anymore. And now we go complain to Hihibaru that nothing is worth anything. Judging by your expression, I take it you didn't learn much of use. Look, I'm sorry for my rudeness earlier. It's just that things are tough for us merchants at the moment. The qarn raids are so constant, so organized, we're beginning to suspect that someone is orchestrating it all. I tend to put my own welfare first, like most of us do, but that doesn't mean I'm a bad person. It does, actually. I promise to keep an eye out for your masked man. If I see or hear anything, you'll be the first to know. Where there's smoke is the name of this quest. Where there's smoke, they pinch back. I finally got some honest-to-God information on your masked man. Why so confident? Because I saw him with my own 2 eyes. In the last 3 seconds, since I spoke to you last, in which you did not move a single ilm, you saw this man. Understood. I was out for an evening stroll, sure you were, minding my own business, when I noticed a column of smoke rising from the cliff over at Thaw's Respite. Curious, I took myself there to find a masked man, your masked man, I'm sure of it, standing by a fire. As if in answer, some qarn appeared soon after, and the group began talking at length. I'm afraid I was too far out of earshot to hear much of anything. After the group had dispersed, an idea came to me. If you were to use the smoldering coal to start a fire, you might be able to arrange a similar meeting. It will be dangerous, I shouldn't doubt, but you've proven yourself more than a match for a pack of rats. So what do you think? That's some sound, reliable information, even if I do say so myself. Well worth all the lingering about you've been doing, wouldn't you say? I guess you did something a little bit helpful, hee Barrow. And then someone ran past riding a polar bear. As you do. As one is wont to do in the land of Eorzea. And dungeon. Let us go to Cutter's Cry. Lily barked in the background when I said that. Alright, now let's see how horrible I do in a dungeon that I'm not properly equipped for, really. I should honestly read how this works also. So both of my bard songs want me to be doing damage over time, which is my single target ability. So I still need to apply that on groups in order for anything useful to happen. But I honestly probably don't need to worry about my bard songs too much. Except in boss fights, I guess. Yeah, we seem to be doing fine with my equipment as is. Bard is okay, but it's not like my favorite, is what I think I'm deciding from just trying it. But it's the option that I have at the moment. Oops, I accidentally used the sprint. No, I've been silenced. I don't think that really does anything to me. Probably. Hooray! That wasn't too bad. And some equipment for my trouble, even. Maybe. I guess not everyone is rolling on the equipment because they don't care enough. Seems we're aiming to do this dungeon quickly rather than thoroughly, which is fine. Ah yes, another boss fight. This one is Worm. I don't remember the specifics of Worm. Lily says hello. Actually, she just says bark, 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 bark. Darcy's also barking, but from elsewhere. Sound of corgi echoes throughout the realm. I stood on an explosion fire thing. That was great. Oh, barrage does not work on quick knock. Good to know. I was thinking I could do a little bit more AoE damage. Yeah, it specifically says single target weapon skill. I did not know this. I did not win the equipment from earlier. I'm not like to win that one either. So I might not actually get anything out of this after all. I don't know. There are a lot of things I don't know also. And here we have the Chimera, finally. So purple in, blue out. Purple close, blue away. I think. Oh, hello. Did not perform the best in this boss fight, I guess. Hey, I got pants in the middle of a fight. Impressive. I got another pair of pants after the fight, actually. And everyone left before I could commend anyone. Oh wait, no, that was boot, not pant. I have gained pant and boot. Oh, I got a commendation. Hooray. I was appreciated. It is raining. Well, I'm kind of in the middle of activity out here, so I'm not going to go back to town to change my outfit right now. Actually, while we're here, let's take a look at these furbals. They're like fluffy little weird creature, right? You think, oh, little fluffy weird creature, that's a friend. Look closely at their horrifying face, if they allow me to look at it. They just have, like, human eyes. Why are you like this, Furball? Also, there's something I need to shoot. I mean, they have human eyes, but in a way that doesn't work for them. You don't put realistic human eyes on like a fluff orb or whatever. Video games are kind of silly. That's true. Can't argue with that statement. Yeah. There we go. A red-hot piece of carbonized wood that, when placed on wet wood or leaves, will create a billowing tower of smoke that can be seen for miles. Good thing it's raining, I guess. Oh no, a corpse brigade foot soldier. Singular. Okay. Ward of the Destroyer. A paper ward inscribed with a prayer to the patron deity of Alamigo, Ralger. That's the god of war. War and violence and punching. I'm sure that's completely fine. Nothing bad could possibly happen as a result of this. I like the rain effect in this game. Or, I guess, showers, according to the weather label in the corner. Fun fact about the little weather indicator in the corner of the game there is that a lot of like trials, boss fights and whatnot, dungeons, have unique weather conditions with names like Torment. It's probably fine to be in that. Back so soon? Were you able to find any clues leading to your masked man? This scroll, it bears a prayer to Ralger, the Destroyer. In case you're unfamiliar, Ralger is the guardian deity of Alamigo, which is currently under Garlean rule. It's highly uncommon of folk for other nations to revere him. I'd wager my last guild that your assailant was Alamigan. It seems this masked man of yours is very well connected. I must confess, the merchant of me envies such a diverse network of contacts. That self-same merchant also senses danger ahead, and darkness besides. Are you certain you'd rather not take things nice and slow here at Highbridge? On to Little Alamigo. The Alamigan bandit you had a run-in with is somehow connected to your masked man of mystery. So it stands to reason that if you want to pick up the trail again, you should head towards Little Alamigo over in southern Thanalan. Just so you know what to expect, the settlement is the favorite destination for those refugees who couldn't, well, adapt to life in Ul'dah. The hearts of the denizens are said to be as barren as the wasteland they live in, and for all intents and purposes it's a lawless place. Be prepared for a not-so-warm welcome. I'm not certain how much of a help she will be, but it so happens I have a daughter who's relocated to Little Alamigo. Her name is Hihira, and it shouldn't hurt to seek her out first. While you have her attention, I'd be obliged if you could send my love. Not a day goes by that I don't think of her. I suppose this is it then. I'd hoped you would linger here for a while, cull some fiends, spend some coin, what have you, but something tells me you're destined for greater things. Wherever it is you end up, I wish you the best. Oh boy, let's learn about this game's refugees. Yeah, it sure did. Welcome to Ul'dah. Ul'dah is a land of shit and hell. It's not good. Where do I need to go? So that's in southern. Meaning I need to go this way. In case you're worried, this game does not try to say that Ul'dah is good most of the time. Or like the people with views such as that merchant's views are good. Hello. We did Cutter's Cry. We obtained new pants and boots in the process of doing so. And we are headed towards Little Alamigo to see refugees. The game is showing us more about how a lot of people in this world do not trust refugees, and it's not, and yeah, Ul'dah's not great, is what that means. Ah, hunting long target. One of 5. I wonder what my inventory is looking like. Is it full of garbage yet? Not completely full of garbage. I'll have to do something about some of that at some point. Probably. So, Little Alamigo. At least they get an aetheryte, I guess. And this natural cave system is not bad, I guess. But yeah, it's not a great place to be stuck living. Hmm? Why, yes, he borrows my father. He said, what? I wish I could be a better daughter to him. It's just that... Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't bother you with family matters, but I am grateful to you for delivering the message. Now then, what brings you here? A masked man? I'm afraid the description doesn't ring any bells, but one of the others may have seen something. I'd recommend you first speak with Gundobald, the leader of the settlement. I must warn you, though, he isn't exactly accommodating to outsiders. Hello, Gundobald.
Who are you? State your business and be quick about it.
I'm a cat.
Looking for a masked villain, you say? And why should we help you, pray? We struggle enough without having to answer to the whim of every outsider. You are not welcome here. Be gone.
Quest complete. You're not welcome. Yay, fanfare. Sorry, Gundobalds. I am merely a cat. I wish to befriend and destroy evil.
Well met, adventurer. I'm Giselbert, head of security here at Little Alamigo. I heard tell that you had business with Gundobald. Knowing the bristly old bear, I don't doubt he told you to bugger off. Owing to their hardships, the refugees don't trust anyone but themselves. Not even my men and I can get so much as a word of thanks out of them, despite watching the place day and night. But thanks or no, I try to help my fellow man when I can, and you seem a decent sort. You tell me what's brought you here, might be as I can lend a hand. On the trail of a masked villain, you say? Can't say that sounds familiar, but I have men on the lookout for Amalja to the south of here. If there's been any suspicious activity, they're like to have seen it. I had a mind to take each of them a cup of sweet Thanalan tea so as to lift their spirits. If you were to run this little errand in my stead, they'd be all the more willing to tell you what they know.
That guy had like 5 accents that I couldn't settle on. I think, as far as people in this arc showing up later, I think Gundobald here shows up later. Frustrated as they are, the young ones here will give you quarrels simply for want of something to do. All it takes is a stray gaze. Watch yourself. Well, he's still a little bit friendly, despite telling me to go away. I'm pretty sure he's relevant later. Let's take a look at this Cactar equivalent while we're here. Look at Funny Cactus. The time for viewing Funny Cactus is over.
Who the hells are you? I'm trying to conserve energy here, so leave me alone.
But I have a piping hot infusion of freshly picked young Thanalan tea leaves mixed with rich aldgoat cream and a generous spoonful of golden cactar flower honey. What would happen if you pickled tea leaves? Probably nothing good.
Well, ain't you considerate? My thanks, friend. What's that? A masked villain? Hiding among the refugees, like as not. Me compatriots as live here go about as though they're dead on their feet. 'Tis near impossible to tell what's on their minds. For all I know, they're all up to no good.
Well, aren't you just a cop? I mean, you're literally in the flames, which is the military. And never mind. You there, are you an Amalja? No? Then carry on. I'm a cat. Ah, this sophisticated aroma. It's been forever since I had a drop of sweet thanalan. I'm going to enjoy this. What? A masked man? Don't know, don't care. Unless he's got dark scaly skin, stands 10 fooms tall, and has the face of a lizard, I don't give a mummer's fuck. Well, you're dedicated to your one job, I guess. That's fair. Yayazuku sounds like a familiar name. Maybe this person is relevant ever. Shoo, shoo, don't bother me. If the Amalja overrun us, I'm blaming you. I have tea. For me? You shouldn't have. Sorry, a suspicious masked man. As a matter of fact, I caught a glimpse of someone fitting that description during patrol. I couldn't quite make out whether it was a man or not, with the mask and the robe, but assuming it was a he was talking with some Alamegans. I assumed he was one of them. Very well. There sure is a lot of go talk to 3 people and most of them will not have seen anything relevant. But that's fine. Rule of Final Fantasy XIV, 1 in 3 people know relevant information. Ah, you're back. So did my lookouts have aught to share with you? That doesn't sound like much to go by. If you're to get any further in your investigation, seems to me you'll need the cooperation of the Alamegans. For this you'll need to win their trust, and that won't be an easy task. So you're determined to press on with your investigation? Then I have some advice to offer. As I said before, you won't get far without the Alamegans' trust. And the best way to win that trust is to get a compatriot of theirs, someone they respect, to vouch for you. Coin does the talking in Ul'dah, but the Alamegans are bound by something far stronger, if not as tangible. A common purpose. That purpose is, of course, the liberation of their home from the Garleans. Gundobald belongs to the Alamegan resistance, so your best bet would be someone who's part of the same crew. If you know any well-connected people, you might want to start by asking them. Minfilia! I must needs return to the Waking Sand. I love to return to the Waking Sand. It's my favorite activity. My favorite place to specifically return to. My camera was obstructed by a giant suit of pink armor when I loaded in. Good thing they made it easier to return to the Waking Sands. Oh, what do you have? What's your deal? Is this another optional dungeon? Hail, adventurer! You wear the expression of one who seeks new battlegrounds to hone your burgeoning skills. Do not ask how Nedrick knows, he simply knows. Tell me, are you perchance familiar with the sunken temple of Qarn? Oh, I warped to Vesper Bay because now in the game, early on, they give you tickets that literally warp you here. Because they know. I will not hold it against you if you're not. The ruins only surfaced when the calamity split the ground asunder, after all. Any road, it's a popular destination these days for adventurers looking for new frontiers to explore. If you're keen to join them, why not make the journey to southern Thanalan and visit the temple for yourself? What with the many dangers that lurk within, the immortal flames are keeping close watch over the place. But a Lalafell by the name of Bibimu should be able to offer you passage. I know about a temple now. Hey, Tataru! Good day, Sucro. I trust your investigation is faring well. It's okay. It's doing alright. Could be better. Still a cat, though. How's everyone else doing? I think that's the same dialogue. Yep. Oh, I mean, I was thinking about the NPCs, but also, that's a good question for the chat, too. I hope you're all doing okay. I'm doing well enough to stream, at least. So that's a good sign. Welcome back, Sucro. How fares the investigation? I see. Given all that they've suffered, it is of little wonder that the Alamegan refugees have lost faith in their fellow man. They've had their homeland taken from them, and for the past 2 decades have had to see it remain in the enemy's clutches. To compound matters, none of the 3 city-states have the means to take in all those who were displaced. As a result, a great many Alamegans now live on the margins of society, suffering poverty and discrimination. Would that more could be done to ease their hardships. I fear that nothing short of reclaiming their homeland would be a lasting solution, but that's several expansion packs from now. Let us deal with one problem at a time. Returning to the matter of your investigation, it just so happens there's an Alamegan native among the Scions. I should be pleased to introduce him to you. Your Alamegan comrade is named Heribert. He joined our cause in the hopes that he might find a way to liberate his homeland. While he spares no effort toward that endeavor, I have no doubt that he would be glad to assist you. If I recall correctly, Heribert is currently between missions. Try looking for him in the storage area. The storage area where we store all of our NPCs when they're between missions. Dialogue hasn't changed yet. Yeah, I think I've read all of this. Ah, you. Your hair is like a chocobo or something. If it isn't Sue Crowfunk, the Scion's rising star, is there aught I can do for you? I'm a cat. You wish to win the trust of the people of Little Alamigo. That's a daunting task, my friend, even for our own countrymen. I would like nothing more than to help, but I'm afraid my name no longer carries weight with that lot. I used to be a member of the Alamegan resistance, you see, but I left in favor of joining the Scions. Though my allegiance may have shifted, my purpose remains ever the same, the liberation of Alamigo. Yet whatever my reasons were, I abandoned my comrades, and they'll have nothing to do with me. Well, I have no more friends in the resistance. I know someone who does. Her name is Elbreda, and she's a resident of Quarryman. Say my name when you meet her, and she won't lead you astray. Roger that. We've got yet more places to go and yet more people to talk to. But first, I'm going to be right back. I am here, sort of. I will continue to have a little break, but I will be here. I wanted a cookie. And so a cookie I have. While we're here, I might as well get in line for the next dungeon. Oh wait, I didn't actually unlock the dungeon. So just enjoy the Waking Sands music for a bit. Right then. Here we are. Sukro, wake up. Okay. This probably doesn't count as a... Yeah, I can't change my glamour plates here. Can I change them here? No, I have to be in a major city. What a pain. I wonder why that is. Why do you have to be in a major city to change your glamour plate? What weird line of code is at fault there? Or line of reasoning? Either or? Let's go unlock this dungeon so that we can stand in line for it. I don't know why I seem to be so resistant to saying the word Q, which is the word that the game uses. I think it's because when I try to process that word and how it's spelled, it takes me extra effort to want to say it correctly. Because it's a weird word. I don't want to think about it, or something like that. It's a weird word to me, at least. I'm not as used to it as I am others. Oh, hunting logs are good. Also, my Chocobo is almost out of wanting to be here. Time to feed it a snack. Multiple snacks. Many snacks for Boaster, who is good. It is him, not it. That was an error. Oh yeah, I think I remember the area of the overworld which this dungeon is situated at. This is a familiar location to me, for some reason. Welcome to the sunken temple of Qarn, or what remains of it, at least, used by ancient Balladians as a place to worship the sun goddess Azema. Much about the temple's history remains shrouded in mystery. While we've sent a research team into the depths, I regret to say that the investigation proceeds at a snail's pace, that is, when it proceeds at all. It would seem that the Balladians have rigged the temple with all manner of devious traps and snares to deter temple robbers, no doubt. We've recruited adventurers to assist in disarming the traps, but be forewarned, many who have entered have yet to return. Should you wish to brave the depths, we would welcome your aid. Now we can stand in line, we can get in the queue. The Quayway, as my brain wants to, like, think of it sometimes. And while we're doing that, to Quarry Mill. Never mind, not to Quarry Mill. To qarn. That's weird. That never happens as a DPS, usually. But alright, I'm okay with that. That's fine. Welcome to Temple. This dungeon would suck for me to try and tank because I don't know what to do leading the way in it. It is an example of that. Already taken off ahead of me. Today's dungeon party is Levalonus, Funny Ghost, and Cocoa Spoons. Along with Sucro Funk, of course. I do love character names and MMOs that people choose for themselves. One of these people is wearing as little clothing as possible while tanking. Another one of them is wearing a Moogle hat. The third one is Cocoa Spoons, who is dressed reasonably and responsibly. Thank you, Cocoa Spoons, for your service. In this dungeon, you have to gather a lot of random items for later use. So it would be easy if you didn't know exactly what you were doing to lose your way a bit. Maybe they're not actually wearing as little as possible? Yeah, actually they're wearing a reasonable outfit. It's just that it's a similar color to their skin tone, so I wasn't able to tell. Watch out for temple bees. Bees in this game are deadly. Many bees are able to use the ability Final Sting, which destroys them in exchange for destroying you. Never take a bee lightly, especially in an ancient temple. Also in this temple are large stone heads. These are important. They will be important, some of them at least. Ah yes, this boss fight. In this boss fight, I believe you have to watch the panels. If you are inflicted with doom, you must stand in the correct panel. Something like that, at least. There's also wasps over here, which I probably need to fight. Yeah, there's Doom. And there's the glowy planet that you need to step on. Oh, the panel shifted. Yeah, I'm learning that I'm not super great at Bard. Naturally, I don't have as much practice with Bard as I do other things. But, oh, glove. I would like those. But, yeah, I'm having a little bit of difficulty managing all of the upkeep and whatnot. This is when the giant stone faces are important, because you need to have these ones die on top of switches to weigh them down. Oh, whoops. I accidentally made those stone faces mad at me, which is bad. And the tank is dead. Frankly, I don't know what's happening. But hey, I opened a door. Well, we should get this one over here. Dogs are barking. I don't think it's quite on the switch yet. No, it's not. It needs to be a little bit further back. Thankfully, these creatures are kind enough to not be really dead if they don't die on top of the switch as they should. Someone picked up the thing from the other room, so that's fine. Now we get this thing. There's a puzzle related to all of these things at the end of the dungeon that nobody remembers how to do ever. So we're likely to fail it. Not that it's terribly important. Level up. Approaching the second boss fight of the dungeon now. It is not these wall crawlers, those are just regular enemies. Right. I remember this. You have to destroy the golem in order to destroy... Oh wait, no, you have to destroy the soul stone in order to destroy the golem. I had it backwards. Oops. I got gloves. Hey, we got it in 2. Not bad. I forgot about this item. Oops. Huh. I don't think I knew about this one. Read? Not that I can use it, as I'm not a disciple of magic. But it's a weird looking thing. Alright, I should equip glove. Slowly gaining in gear level. It can be a little difficult to get the stone faces onto this one. There we go. Seems we might be avoiding some of the extra optional doors. That's fine. The Scales of Judgment. I don't know how you do this correctly, but it looks like we've already chosen what to place on them, and we've done it correctly. Okay. Yeah, it looked like magic and affluence. I don't remember what the panels are for here. I guess we put the sun jurors on them if we choose to engage with the mechanics, which we might not. Seems like we're not. Hey, I was able to interrupt something, because it had such a long cast time that I was able to remember my button for doing that. Oh dear. Oh hey, both of the DPS in this instance are ranged. So either of us can limit break and it'll be fine once we get to. Or maybe I should just do it now. Now's my chance to use Big Shot. It died before it actually hit, I think. Yeah, that limit break is called Big Shot, by the way. Oh yeah, everyone was wearing reasonable clothes this whole time. It was just difficult to tell with the lighting. Ah, good. And everyone left because I was in a cutscene. They didn't even open the goddamn treasure coffer. People are in such a hurry these days. Ay, ay, ay. I got a commendation. More treasures for me, but I don't know if any of them are particularly useful. Oh. Okay. Why not? I don't know if these will sell for much skill at all. I did get both a sword and a shield, so the game is trying to tell me to switch to Paladin, I guess. Time to learn tanking, ha 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 ha. Hooray. I contributed to something. Now, like, what items did I actually... Like, I got this sword here. Super, please. For a sword called Flame Tongue, it sure just looks like a sword. It's got a little bit of a wavy blade. I think I also got the shield. Yeah. So it's clearly telling me I should become a gladiator paladin. But I'm probably not going to do that. Hey, leave me alone. Anyways. 2 quarry mill. That's where we're supposed to go. I am fumbling all of the buttons. Constantly. Oh, there was a follow 2 hours ago. Thank you for that follow from 2 hours ago, person who did that. If you're real. Still need to do Palace of the Dead sometime, but it's not relevant yet, like plot-wise, so... Hey, Albreda. Eh? You want me to introduce you to the Resistance? Ha! Why the hell should I do that? Give me just one reason. I'm a cat. Haribert sent you? That worthless whoreson. He abandons his comrades, his woman. Now he has the gall to ask me for a favor? Simply incredible. I mean... I realize Haribert was only doing what he felt was right. He's a good man. And if he trusts you, then that's all I need to know. See that bloke there? That's Method, a captain of the Resistance. I hope he can give you what you need. Alright. This is gonna be trash. Lily is exploding. Corgis are... The Corgis have opinions today. I think Mefrid is relevant later too, actually. I'm Mefrid, proud man of the Alamegan Resistance. What business do you have with me, adventurer? Captain, it's Galleon, sir. His wound's gone infested and he's burning up. I don't think he's got much time. Gods damn it, I asked the villagers for aid. I got on my knees and begged, but they refused to lift a finger. If Galleon dies, his blood is on their hands. These quarry mill cravens would turn a blind eye to our plight, but they might listen to Albreda. I fear my anger will prevent me from rightly convincing anyone at the moment. I realize we scarce know each other, but this is a matter of life and death. Please, adventurer, go to her and try. Okay. I'll do that. I'll go 5 feet over here. One of Mefrid's is in bad shape, you say? I'm sorry, but there's naught I can do. I want to help, I truly do, but they're my countrymen after all, but that'd mean going against the elementals. What? Fuck the elementals. Says Sucro, a person who's in the 12swood town army, Gridania, Twin Adder. I've been at Quarry Mill long enough to know how right terrible the Bings can be. Couldn't forgive myself if everyone gets banished because of me. If there's anyone who can help you, it'd be Charlene, the hamlet's resident hearer. If you take the matter to her, might be she'll listen, though I wouldn't get my hopes up. That feeling when you are at the mercy of a bunch of strange creatures who do not have the same morals or way of thinking as anyone you know, including yourself. Hey, that sounds like real life, actually. Ha ha ha. You wish to aid the Alamegans? You're possessed of a kind heart, adventurer, but I'm afraid I have not the authority to grant you your wish. This authority belongs only to the elementals, eternal guardians of the 12swood. All outsiders, be they babes at the breast or men grown, are judged of a night whether they might have place beneath the boughs. Alas, the Alamegans' petition has been denied. Harsh though it may seem, they do not have leave to receive of the wood's bounty. Ever has it been since time immemorial, and ever shall it be. Well, that fucking sucks. I forgot how shitty the elementals were. Just completely disconnected from reality, or disconnected from anyone, creatures of mystery that you never actually witness, but they decree everything about your life. Kinda sucks. That's how it is to be, then. The bloody hearer might as well kill Galleon herself. Spit on the elementals and spit on their bloody will. I cannot wait until the resistance is free of this place. Maybe this is when Sucro, in character, starts to realize that Gridania is also kind of shit. Sometimes. I led my men to Quarry Mill hoping to find refuge. Instead we found indifference. The cold-blooded bastards here want us out, and I can't oblige them soon enough. The problem is, some of mine aren't fit to travel. Hell's galleon can't even stand. As you well know, the people of this accursed hamlet won't help us, so I've no choice but to turn to you, adventurer. In my homeland, long antelope horn is a traditional remedy with poison-purging properties. If you could, say, bring me 4 horns, I'd be forever in your debt. Time to piss off the elementals. I'm a cat. Yay ho. Yeah, I don't know what sound I'm making. That was sort of like a yeehaw that sort of like swerved, and then I didn't want to complete the swerve. I don't know. Time to piss off the elementals by shooting some antelopes. You have to gather Kelby horns to make the medicine. I think this does actually end up pissing off the elementals if I remember correctly. Chocobos take a long time to level up, by the way. Boaster's probably not getting any experience from things that I kill because they're not close to my level. Ah, you're back. Tell me you got 4 horns with you. This particular specimen is almost twice as long as a normal horn. How it grew to be this size in a single season is baffling. You're a godsend, adventurer. Praise Ralgar, there's at least one woman in the place who gives a damn. Now we just need to find a way to prepare them. You wouldn't happen to know a man named Buscaron, would you? Some comrades of mine told me about him once. They said he never turns away folk in need, no matter where they're from. Seeing as he runs a tavern, he's like to have the tools to make the medicine. I'd be grateful if you could take the horns over to him and have them ground down. When that's done, bring the powder back and give it to Faramund here. Godspeed. Hey, it's old Buscaron. Everyone loves Buscaron. He continues to be relevant. Ah, Sucro, ever a sight for sore eyes. How fares the adventuring? Rolling in the coin like there's no tomorrow, no doubt. You've got something to show me. I pissed off the elementals. I'm a cat. Well, these look like good old antelope horns. Need them ground down to make a medicine, you say? Here's a better idea. I'll give you some of the stuff I have in my stores. I'm no stranger to the remedy. An Alamegan friend once used it to treat my festering wound years and years ago. Safe to say he saved my life. What's that? This is for an Alamegan soldier in Quarry Mill, so it comes full circle. I hope it helps the poor sod as needs it. And don't worry your little head off about payment. Still owe you a deal more than you owe me, I reckon. Just how common is a festering wound that needs to be treated with antelope? Common enough to happen twice, I guess. Hopefully this is in time. It's well to see you've returned. Have you the medicine for our brother? If one is to believe Buscaron, the sour-smelling paste from Alamigo will stop a wound from festering. Gods bless you, adventurer. I'll see that Galleon receives treatment at once. Hopefully this will allow the captain to rest easier. It's been a terrible burden on him trying to keep every man alive. You've done us a great kindness, friend. Elementals don't seem to be that mad, actually. Adventurer, Galleon has gone missing. He's nowhere to be found. Well, he shouldn't be walking about, not with those wounds. If he doesn't get the proper medicine and rest, his condition's like to deteriorate to where it was before, or worse. We need you to help us find him and quickly. Start by asking Umbreda. Might be as the woman's seen something. My throat is hurting a little. Ah, finally. It's about time you came asking about Galleon. I watched him leave Quarry Mill some time ago, and he left me this sealed letter before he went off. Made me swear not to open it until someone came asking. My brothers, I cannot bear to be a burden any longer. That is why I must leave you all. Do not worry for me. Just find your way safely to Little Alamigo. Blast it. Would that I known what he was thinking, I'd have stopped this folly myself. The love Galleon bears for his brothers is so strong, he's willing to sacrifice himself for them. Make no mistake, entering the wood in his weakened state is suicide. Well, that's not good. That's bad, actually. Out in the wilds alone? That fool, that great big sentimental fool. My men and I will scour the wood for Galleon. Please help us find him before something terrible happens. Okay. Why is he going towards Odin's front lawn? Galleon, no. Watch out! A goblin! Oh, it's a goblin. It's no longer a goblin. It is now paste. Galleon! Captain? But why? You should all be underway. Who do you take us for? We're Alamegans, and Alamegans never forsake one another. Hardships be damned. Remember the oath we swore, gods damn it, an oath to reclaim our homeland. We'll set foot on Alamegan soil again together, or not at all. Do you understand me? Yes, sir. Good. Let us return to our brothers. And don't even think you'll get off lightly. As soon as you're healed, I'll give you such a thorough thrashing you'll wish we didn't find you. I can't thank you enough for saving Galleon. I'll see you back at Quarry Mill. Why was there a single goblin ambush, though? Oh, there's another one. For Tombo underscore.
nearby adventure or experiencing parallel storyline. Good thing the guy barely got anywhere outside of the town, I guess. Galleon's expected to make a full recovery. We'll linger here till he's strong enough to take the road again. As much as I mislike this place, beggars can't be choosers. Hooray! Now that things are relatively settled, I seem to recall you wanted something of me. You've proven a true friend to my people. Ask of me anything, and it's yours, so long as it's mine to give. Cooperation of the people of Little Alamigo, that's all. Far be it from me to question your desires, of course. Very well, I'll provide you with a letter to show to Gundobald. The old bear was my mentor when I first joined the Resistance. He's intimidating to those who don't know him, but he takes care of his own. I've no doubt he'll do all in his power to aid you. Hooray, we've been helpful and rewarded for it. Now we can talk to the mustache man. What were we talking to this guy about again? Oh right, La Habrea. I'm a cat, that doesn't mean I have a good memory. Why have you returned? You're not welcome here. I thought I made that clear. A quickly drawn-up letter addressed to one Gundobald. You spoke with Meffred? It's been so long since I last heard from him. I'd feared him dead. 12 be praised. Whoever you are, Meffred sees you as a friend, and any friend of Meffred is a friend of mine. I know of this masked stranger you seek, and will tell you what I can. Hooray! Oh. I didn't realize you'd gain mount speed randomly in quests. Okay. An outsider resembling your masked stranger has reportedly been appearing near Little Alamigo as of late. What's more, it seems that some of our young bloods are meeting him in secret. No doubt you'll want to question them about their trysts, but they are not like to yield the information readily to an outsider. If you tell them I sent you, though, they may well feel obliged to talk. With the power of I know the mustache man, I compel you to speak with me. Gundobald sent you? Listen, I told them it was a bad idea, all that tripe about believing the masked man, and... oh, you don't know anything about this? Why didn't you say so to start with? You can't throw the old bear's name around like that and expect me to not think I'm in for it. Well, you're a little in for it. Truth to be told. A masked man? No idea what you're talking about. I ain't done nothing wrong, so leave me be. But I know the mustache man. You must tell me all that you know. Tell me all of your secrets. If they're relevant. I don't need to know your other secrets. I think some of the people from this portion of the quest might also show up again later. What? Have I been meeting any masked men lately? Let's see. Nope, can't say that I have, but I'll be sure to tell all my friends you're looking for him. There's a bunch been skulking about right suspicious-like, but I have nothing to do with them. I know trouble when I see it, and that there's trouble, mark my words. I mentioned before how there's a lot of talking to a bunch of people to gather information, and most of them don't know anything. Here we are again. I think this happens less later on. And it is all pertinent, at least, so it's not the worst. So you've indeed confirmed my suspicions about a masked man. It's most troubling. Whatever the young ones are scheming, it can lead to no good end. There's an anger inside them. I can see it in their eyes. I ought to know, for it once burned within me as well. 2 decades ago, that same anger drove me and my brothers to rise against the despot who ruled Alamigo. Naught would do but to depose him and usher in a revolution. Well, we got our revolution all right, but it cost us our freedom. Blinded by our hate, we didn't realize that we'd been dancing to the Empire's tune. By the time we did, it was too late. Alamigo had fallen. There are times when a man must be patient. Now is such a time, though the young ones know this not. Unless we intervene, they are like to commit great folly. If you learn aught of their plans, I would thank you to bring word to me. Hey, adventurer, you done talking with the old bear? I've got a message for you from Wilrid. Lad's something of a leader among the young ones here. He's impressed that you won over Gundobald and wants a word with you. Says he'll be waiting over at the craggy area north of here. That's not suspicious at all. Or concerning at all. It's purely, completely regular and normal and fine. Oh hey, we're like 6 levels away from being able to talk to Noctis and get a car. Like this one here. I'm going the wrong way, but that's because it's difficult to find an exit to Little Alamigo, so I have to go around. We're also 6 levels away from being able to try out Red Major Samurai. Vote now to determine which class I choose. Or something. I mean, if you want, you can contribute your thoughts. I might unlock both of them once I hit that level. Thanks for coming, friend. 'Tis no ordinary outsider who can gain the trust of the old bear. That's why I wanted to meet you, to discuss something in private. Tell me, why are you snooping about? Did the Empire send you or someone else? Corel got your tongue. No matter. Whoever it is you work for, your meddling ends here. Get her! Oh no, the youth squad. Oh, I just realized something really obvious about my own abilities. Using Barrage automatically gives you straight shot ready, so I don't need to wait until I have straight shot ready in order to... Wait, one of them is just kneeling there. I think the other one got completely erased. Okay, they're both gone, actually. You're stronger than you look. This changes nothing. Threaten us, beat us bloody all you like, but nothing short of death can make us give up our fight. We're going to obtain the power to bring down the Empire, and with it we'll reclaim our homeland. Well, hey, Gundabalds. Some people are doing some suspicious activity in your presence. Wilrid is sus, as they say in the youth, which he belongs to. in case you needed to know that. Do you ever say a sentence and then feel like you've committed a crime in doing so? And, well, attacked by Wilrid and his cronies, that they would go to such lengths for the sake of this plan of theirs. Left to their own devices, the young fools are like to harm others, if not themselves. We must uncover their agenda and put an end to this madness. Big Trouble in Little Alamigo. Of course they would call it that. Wilrid mentioned obtaining the power to bring down the Empire. Of what power could he be speaking? Gundobald, Oh. Bergliana, God preserve, what happened? I was out foraging when the Corpse Brigade came. They took me to their hideout and they... The whole while they laughed at me. They said that I suffer because I cling on to hope. Is it wrong to dream of home? Is it wrong to call ourselves Alamegans? Do not heed such poisonous notions, child. Our dreams are what sustain us. Be strong. I swear to you, those villains will answer for their crimes in due time. But tell me, does anyone else know of this? Wilrid, he saw me outside. He was so angry. I must tend to Bertliana. In the meantime, I need you to find out what the young ones make of this. I fear they may do something rash. Well, this sounds really bad. Jeez. Ascertain the youth's intentions. 0 out of 5. The implications of the dialogue that I just read are... Where are the relevant youths? I do not see any marked. I guess they could be above. It's kind of fun to be doing the story and to see like the same people running around in the locations you're at. Hunting knife. What are your intentions, hunting knife? Are you the youths? Okay, so I'm not looking for people, I'm looking... Well, sometimes I am. What those animals did to Bertliana is unforgivable, and to think they look down on us. I'll suffer this humiliation no more. I'm with Wilrid to the bitter end. I'm not afraid of a few lizards. Well, this is not going to go well for anyone. Probably. So I need to be looking for people and items. Unfortunately, I'm bad at looking for things. This is nothing. Probably something up here. Well, there's Wilrid himself. O mighty Brolgar, Lord of Destructions, we implore you. Lord of Destruction, singular, not plural. Lend us your strength and put an end to the suffering of your people. Here to interfere again. Well, you're too late. Our plan is already in motion. Once we have the crystals, our enemies will pay for their crimes, and no one will dare press us ever again. Uh-oh. We know what that means. I think we know what that means at this point in the story, at least. It means bad things. Crystals are all about bad ideas. If this plan succeeds, we'll have the power to lay the Empire low, to change the world for the better. Might be as Gundobald's content to eke out an existence in this musty old cave, but I'll be damned if I'm going to spend the rest of my life here. Now, where in the Seven Hills did I put that bloody map? Well... So their plan involves being mad, one knife, and a lot of crystals. Where's the last thing I'm supposed to find in this section? Oh, there it is. There's the map. Hey Gundobald, the youth's intentions are dumb. They're gonna do bad thing. And get owned. Gone? The whole lot of them? And it's as I feared. They mean to take matters into their own hands. But what exactly is it that they mean to do? Countless years of use have seen the blade dulled and nicked and the haft worn smooth. A detailed map of the Amalja stronghold in southern Thanalan. What's this? A hunting knife and a map of Zanrak. Wait, you said Wilred spoke of crystals, did you not? They couldn't possibly mean to... By the gods, this is rank madness. Young fools are untrained and unblooded all. They have no notion of how dangerous the Amalja are. They'll be butchered before they get within 100 yalms of the crystals. They're headed east. If we hurry, we may yet find them before it's too late. Time to save reckless youths from dying, or maybe not, depending on the amount of tragedy that is meant to occur at this part of the story. I'm going very the wrong way. Hey, Wilred. Don't do dumb. Look, you're already getting owned, and you're just standing at a bridge. Oh, okay, there's a lot of dead people here too, actually. Well, that's not good. Let's have a fight. Whoosh. Wilred, did no others survive? This is all wrong. Getting the crystals was supposed to be the start. We were going to reclaim our homeland. We were... Pull yourself together, lad. We were going to make an offering of crystals to Rolgar, to summon him, just like the masked man taught us. We plotted to sneak into Zanrak and make off with the lizardman's cash, but they caught us and so many dead. Gods forgive me. Heathens, you shall pay for your crimes with your souls. That's what lizardmen sound like, apparently. I regret our young one's transgressions, but a soul is too high a price for youthful folly. For all their failings, they are the hope of the Alamegan people. This hope I will guard with my life. Hell yeah. Alright, now we fight. Forgive us, we only wanted... The excuses will keep. Right. Usual story quests, battle, encounter design, where I must needs fight the creatures with less health first. Yes.
The whelps must pay for their crimes. I will not let you have them. Harm them. Adventurer, stay close to Wilrid. Come, ye blessed of our Lord's breath.
I guess Wilrid here is the healer? No, that's a different guy. Where is Wilrid? But they're throwing tempered humans against us. Or tempered people in general. Oh, there's Wilrid. Wilrid shows up later, maybe. I keep trying to figure out who it is that shows up later.
We almost have them.
Gotcha. No problem. Sucro is too powerful.
Your skill at arms is impressive, adventurer. Our wayward youths could learn much from a woman like you.
Ah, yeah, that sounds right.
The battle is won, but it would be unwise to linger here. Let us return to Little Alamigo.
Wait, we've come all this way. We have to get the crystals. They're right there, ripe for the picking.
Have you learned nothing, Wilrid? Do you not see those tempered wretches? Such is the fate of those who are touched by a god. Is that what you desire for yourself and your friends?
What? No one said anything about... The masked man told us we could defeat the Empire if we summoned Rauger. He swore.
Enough. I will hear the rest of this sorry tale back in Little Alamigo. I dare say Sucro will wish to hear it as well.
Tell me all about your terrible plans. I love to hear about terrible plans. I love thinking about how sometime soon in the middle of all this dramatic unfolding important plot stuff, Sucro's going to take a break to hang out with someone she's never met and then buy a car. And also, like, get a copy of that stranger's outfit. Just because.
No more lies, Wilrid. Tell us everything.
I was outside with the others when he appeared, the masked stranger. He told us about summoning Rauger, about using crystals, and then just vanished. We never saw him again. I wanted so desperately to believe that we could raise ourselves from this squalor that I never stopped to question his motives. But I should have known. There's no solution, nothing we can do to change our lot. Our people are doomed to live and die like beasts.
Listen to me, Wilrid. Our home may be lost to us, but it takes more than stones and mortar to define who we are. No matter where we may be, Alamigo lives on within us all. It's for you to decide what to make of this legacy. But whatever you choose to do with your life, never forget that you owe it to this adventurer, an outsider.
I won't, I promise. Thank you for saving me, and sorry I tried to kill you. It's fine.
My thanks as well, friend. It gives us hope to know that there are kind souls such as you out there. Little Alamigo may not have much in the way of comfort, but you will always be welcome here.
Potion. Hooray! to square one. Would that we had more information to offer, but what Wilfred told you is the extent of our knowledge of the masked stranger. Left unchecked, that man will bring about great pain and suffering. I pray that you'll find and put a swift end to the creature, for the sake of the young ones who died by his poisoned words. Time to return to the Awakened Sands. Time to tell Minfilia that I'm a cat. Vesper Bay Aetheryte tickets are a good addition to the game that didn't exist before. You have another quest for me. Oh, Arum Vale, great, I love it. Thanks, Nedrick. I can't take 2 steps around this place without hearing Sucro this or Sucro that. Why, it's as if you're some kind of goddamned hero. But I jest. Even I can see you're just itching to find a new battleground to hone your skills. Fortunately, I know just the place, the Arum Vale. Head southwest through the central highlands of Coerthas, we have never heard of Coerthas at this point, and seek out a man named Wilhelmus and tell him that Nedrick sent you. I literally can't go there. Probably. Coerthas. Like... maybe I can go there, but it'd be a confusing and lengthy walk if I did. That'll be sitting in our quest list for a while then. Always say hi to Tataru. It is vitally important that you greet Tataru. And Thancred is still pouting. It's vitally important to check and see if Thancred is still pouting. Minfilia, tell me what to do, because I ran out of clue. A cutscene. Welcome back, Sucro. I'm reliably informed the investigation took you to Quarrymill and Little Alamigo. So tell me, were you able to learn aught of La Habrea? I'm a cat, and also he sucks. Planted the knowledge of summoning in impressionable young minds, you say? Precisely the kind of deception the Asians would employ. Oh, Tataru's in the background, doing something. While many of the ills that ail the land can be attributed to the calamity, some are being brought about by a malign will. We must needs delve deeper into this while things remain quiet on the primal front. All work and no play makes Minfilia a dull scion. Did you say something? Nothing, my lady. Okay, Tataru. Mayhap we ought to rest a while before speaking further of the investigation. Lentils and chestnuts. I don't know why you're giving me gathering food. I guess because I'm gathering information. Let's rest a while. I'll be right back, actually. Hello. I have just remembered that, despite what I was saying earlier, it's actually not possible for Sucro to suddenly stop in the middle of whatever is happening and do Noctis stuff, because you have to get to a certain point in the main story before you're able to do that. And on that note, hello, we are back. Hopefully I can get to that point in the main story before the event goes away, which happens the 18th next month. I have a lack of confidence in myself, but that is technically plenty of time if I can manage to continue to stream. Terror at Falgord. While you were tending to business in Thanalan, some new information arrived courtesy of our friends the Sylphs. An individual fitting Lahabrea's description has been sighted in the North Shroud. This sighting comes in the wake of a series of mysterious deaths in the selfsame area. My instincts tell me that our man is involved. I would have you continue your investigation where you left off. 12 willing, we will pick up Lahabrea's trail once more. Noraxia can furnish you with the details. Pray speak with her and take it from there. As always, be careful out there, Sucro. Time for more shenanigans. Everyone still got the same stuff to say around here, I wonder? Yeah, pretty much. Walking One is to investigate Sinister One, then heed well this one's words. This one is friends with a Walking One in the Ash Crown Consortium. According to Friendly One, a Digging One named Medrad had an encounter with a scary Masked One. This Masked One is most certainly Sinister One. Walking One should go and speak with Digging One Medrad. Digging One is to be found at Falgord Float in the North Shroud. Gotcha. I believe I have a teleport there, maybe. I do. Let's find out what the terror is all about. Ah, the nice rain effect is here again. Still described as showers. I always thought of showers as describing a lighter amount of rain than this. But maybe I'm wrong. I think they also describe them as light or heavy showers though, so perhaps both are correct. And you can even hear the rain when you're indoors. Please leave me be. I'm not long for this world. I looked death in the face. There's only a matter of time before he comes for me, just like he came for that poor woman. Medrad is clearly traumatized. Perhaps if you were to soothe him, he might remain calm enough for long enough to hold a conversation. Use an emote on this man. This is a weird thing that the game tells you to do sometimes. I guess we've had to do it already. It's okay. I'm going to kill death with my own death. Don't worry about it. You're right. It's not as bad as it seems. I saw something terrible, that's true, but it hardly means I'm going to suffer the same fate. Thanks to you, I can think straight again. I believe I can even recount what I saw without losing it. It was just another ordinary day. I was headed back to the float when I noticed a suspicious character in the distance, a masked man garbed head to toe in black. He had a hideous fiend in tow, a winged creature that was all eyeball and jagged teeth. Taken by curiosity, I crept as near as I dared. To see the corpse of a woman! One glimpse was enough to tell me that she died a gruesome death. In that instant, I knew right away the masked man was a minion of Thal come to claim her soul for his realm.
Not quite. Also, I'm a cat.
What? You're investigating the same masked man?
If that's the case, we'll help you in whatever way we can.
Aye, anything to ensure we won't have to suffer Medrod's hysteria ever again. All right, teamwork. That's what I wanted to... Wait, I haven't been that bad, have I? At any rate, I'm all for helping this adventure. It's the least I can do to repay her for comforting me.
Hey, you gotta treat trauma seriously, y'all. Don't just be like, gee, I'm sure glad we don't have to listen to this guy's hysteria anymore. Like, be more respectful. Ziz is so ridiculous. Okay, that's a quest name. So here's what I know about the deaths. All the victims were found with their faces torn to shreds. Among the local fauna, only the scalekin known as Ziz could inflict such wounds. That's why some folk are pointing the finger at them. I somehow doubt the answer's that simple, but for the sake of thoroughness, we should look into it. Why don't you put down, say, 3 of the creatures and see if you can find any proof connecting them to the deaths? Why don't you do a busy work, because this is an early part of an MMO questline, and then we can see what happens from there.
Well, okay, I guess I'll do that.
Also, have you considered, Isa, that you are really good, also? Just saying. I like that the Final Fantasy VII crouch squat emote exists, and NPCs are doing it a lot. I don't know if you can get this emote for yourself. I think you can now. I would like to. I would like to be able to squat for infinite amounts of time. I guess I'll participate. I might as well. These are the creatures I need to kill after all. There are a lot of hunting log related things around here, actually. Participating in Fates is a good way to get Chocobo experience as well, I believe. Because to get Chocobo experience, it's important that your Chocobo is... that you and your Chocobo are about the same level as the enemy. And level sync is a way to accomplish such a thing. Might as well also destroy this creature while I'm here. Boaster, no, it's gonna explode. Okay, you're fine. I need to destroy 5 of this creature.
One more. There we go. You've already seen to the Ziz. Good work, adventurer. So were you able to find aught to suggest the creatures are our culprits? I'm a cat. And no. Nothing. Truth be told, even if there were proof, I wouldn't know what it looked like. Anyway, I believe we can safely strike Ziz from our list of suspects. Which leaves us with the masked man and his winged eyeball. Thanks for the busy work. There's something else I heard about the deaths. It appears all the victims have been comely maidens. I'd better watch myself, huh? Unseemly japes aside, there's a rumor been going around. There's some as whisper that after each victim died, her rancor went into the great big rock southwest of here, causing it to flash and moan. That's disturbing. This bears investigating, I reckon. I'm going to give you a fire sand stick to blow up a piece of that crag. The stick doesn't come with a fuse or anything, so you have to throw the thing. Once you've torn the rock a new one, bring back some of the fragments and I'll give them a gander. Using items on areas. Wait. Oh, there's another thing. There is something you should know. I've been keeping this to myself lest I worsen Medrod's paranoia, but I too have seen the winged eyeball. I cannot say whether it was coincidence, but my sighting took place precisely at the same time as Medrod's. I was heading home after a day of digging when a shadow fell over me. Looking up, I found myself locked in a gaze with the giant eyeball. I let out a scream at the top of my lungs and ran without once looking back. This happened at the rocky area west of here, in case you had a mind to investigate. Now, I happen to have the Ahriman mount, which is what they're discussing, and it does seem a little bit super rude of me to summon it in front of them, but, hey, is this the eyeball you're talking about? Anyone? I'm sure it's fine. Now, where is this rock I need to throw at? Gotcha. I appreciate that line. This is the wrong way. I must needs go this way. There's an event happening around here that I will choose to ignore. Is this where I need to throw the... I guess it must be. Humming crystals. Okay. Ah, they are lightning aspected. I see. Now that we have gathered these, we might as well also check over wherever the other thing is. Oops. I think I need to go up and around for that one. It's down from here. Oof. That must be the type of creature that shows up when you investigate this spot. Completely unnecessary amount of force to defeat such a creature, but that's just how it is sometimes. So we've discovered lightning aspected crystals and also one creature, I guess. Whatever that means. Also, this is just like a nice little town here, actually. It's a pleasant little location. I like it. Just thinking about how I like that, I guess. Most folk are too scared to go within 100 yalms of the Rock of Rancor. Aye, it has a name. But what's a few vengeful spirits to a dauntless adventurer like you, eh? Bigger than a shard, but not quite large enough to be a cluster. The energies emitted by this crystal lightly tingle the hands of any who touch it. Huh? Why, these are just your garden variety crystals. It is a bit hard to tell beneath all the dirt and grime, but they're definitely lightning aspected. I almost hate to say it, but that explains the flashing and moaning. Nothing to do with the masked stranger. Looks like I've gone and wasted your time and a perfectly good fire sand stick. Oh well. That's not a bad chunk of experience, at least. A monstrous Banemite appeared, and you slew it. That creature had long been a scourge upon the folk of Falgor. Intentional or no, you've done us a great service. You have my gratitude. But this does make me wonder, was it truly a winged eyeball I saw, or merely a trick of light combined with blind panic? Well, this has been very useful. To everyone involved, except for me, actually. Seems like a giant eyeball. Just gonna throw that out there. That looks like a giant eyeball. Just saying. I know an eyeball when I see one with my eyeball. Sometimes, not always. There have been no promising leads in the murders. I can scarce get a wink of sleep knowing that the killer is still at large. Judging by your furrowed brows, I take it this sorry business troubles you as much as it does me. I've been pondering my encounter. I was uncertain for a time, but there can be no doubt it was a winged eyeball I witnessed. It's implausible that I could have mistaken so distinct a creature for a banemite. But you and I were malms apart. How could we have both seen it at precisely the same time? What's more, our adventurer friend had a run-in with the banemite at the very spot you claimed to see that fiendish eyeball. Isn't that right? There must be an explanation. I know I saw an eyeball with wings. I'd wager an apple tart on it. Oh, he's serious. But listen, mayhap it's not as mysterious as we're making it out to be. There's no reason why there couldn't be... Of course, there must be more than one of the buggers. It's so obvious. But then that means, since there have been repeated sightings of these fiends, then there must be even more victims as yet undiscovered. Gulp. Don't worry, I'm a cat. I'm a professional. I do believe we're out of our depth. We ought to leave the rest to the expert. Yes, we're just civilians after all. Good luck, adventurer. It was a pleasure knowing you. Well, I burn to know the truth. Some things are best left unknown. Lest you have forgotten, it was at the rocky area to the west that I had my encounter. Should you discover aught of note, you will want to alert the authorities. There's a guardhouse nearby. The serpents there should be pleased for any information that pertains to the security of the region. Okay. Well, everyone's scared and it's time to double check. Search for a maiden's corpse, it says in the quest tracker. Spoilers, goodness gracious. How was I to know that there would be a corpse before you told me? There's always a corpse. Somewhere. I don't know what that means, or why I said it. Shall we go around this way, maybe? No, there seems to be a drop there. Ah, this person's named Oldman Haas. That's a Pokemon trainer class and name, probably. If I ever made a Pokemon, I would have a trainer class called Oldman. Anyway, here's a mangled corpse. Yep. Oh, there's an eyeball. Not anymore. That death pose is kind of fun, though. For the eyeball, not the mangled corpse. Well, oh, I picked it up. I shouldn't be surprised, we've done this before. The body of this poor soul has been defiled in more ways than one, is what the description says. Hello. Don't like that description, but also hi. Hello, everyone. I guess that's an appropriate way to establish the villains as vile to say such a thing about a body. Not that we needed more information. Hey, guards, I have a body. 2 of them. One of them is mine and the other one is dead. Greetings, adventurer. Is there aught I might assist you with? Have a corpse. Thunk. Gods be good, not again. No matter how many bodies I see, I cannot seem to get used to the horrid sight. Poor woman. Does she have a mask on? Identical deaths have been reported in the Central Shroud. While the masked stranger you seek does not seem to feature in any, sightings of the winged eyeball are common enough. The creature appears to be moving the bodies, but to what end none can say. The victims have all been young women. All are found with their faces mutilated beyond recognition. Oh, that's why the mask. It's been difficult to identify them, so as to notify their next of... This button, engraved with the lily motif. The very same object was found upon another victim. Family sigil, or that of an organization, perhaps. Either way, I dare to hope that this find will prove pivotal in solving the murders. You found a body! Hooray! Well... I would have you hold on to the lily button. You will need it to continue your investigation. Thank you. I am glad that you like my fashion. This is the same fashion that we've had for a bit, but it's still good. I agree. I'm not exactly sure when to change it, actually, because like part of me just wants to change it arbitrarily, and the other part of me wants to change it when we hit a new expansion. That's when you get new outfits for everyone else, after all. While it isn't standard procedure to entrust key evidence to individuals, you have proven yourself reliable and resourceful in this matter. I see no reason why you shouldn't carry on your work. If I might make a suggestion, you may wish to take the button to Gridania and have it examined by Mion. Mayhaps someone in her vast network of contacts can shed light upon its sigil. Back to Gridania, then. I can actually use return for that. So there are two major things I have to decide for the future. Is what classes do I want to try, / what classes do I want to play as, and when do I want to change the fashion around. Any opinions on these matters are welcome. I'm not going to tank, and I'm not going to do savage, but it is funny to have the suggestion. Hey look, it's Chitty McNuggies. Clearly this is Soken's character. Probably not. I think I can get promoted again by now. I can indeed. In sight of the elementals, I hereby confer upon you the rank of Serpent Private First Class and all rights and privileges associated with the title. Go forth and do that which brings peace to the 12swood and honor to our name. What do I have to do to get promoted again? 4,000 seals. And that's it. Understood. And I can't do any delivery things, I don't believe. Yeah, I can't do these unless I have gathering or crafting classes or expert delivery is unlocked. Which is apparently a ways away, which is unfortunate. Anyway. Time to report to Mion. I found a weird button on a body. Do you know about it? Tell me about the button. Actually, there is part of me that always kind of wants to try how to learn how to tank, but I'm too scared to do it. Good morrow to you, Sucro. By your grim expression, I suspect you aren't here for scones and herb tea. A lily sigil is carved into this tiny ivory button. Isn't this a lovely little button? The engraving is quite exquisite. Artisan level quality, I would say. Where did you say you found this? On a dead body? Lovely. Anyway, I'm afraid I don't recognize the lily sigil. You'll have to find the answer the old-fashioned way, by asking around. You could do worse than beginning with Bernadette over by the Aetherite Plaza. She has a sharp pair of eyes, that one. Bernadetta? No, just Bernadette. I believe in you, Rika. You could become a powerful healer. Need help tracking down the owner of a button? That's certainly not a request I receive on a regular basis. Well, go on then. Show me what you have. A knife! Wait, no. Seems to be some manner of decorative button reminiscent of those worn by the families of old, though I cannot claim to know its sigil. I can say with certainty that the white lily is a recurring theme in Gridanian culture. The rest of my knives are in storage. Alas, I do not know who would make a personal sigil of it. If there's a soul in Gridania who does, it would be Signgulds over at the Lancers Guild. The woman makes a point of knowing all the citizens on a forename basis. I've observed at least like 3 or 4 times by this point within this one stream how often there's a lot of errand running, like going and talking to a bunch of people to try and gather information. It seems to keep happening. I think this is done better later on in the story, but right now it sticks out a little bit. An errand reborn. Yeah. Bernadette believes I can help you. That's a rather bold assumption to make. I will try to assist, never you fear, but whether aught comes of it is another matter. Now then, what do you require of me? Fascinating. Work of this quality is rarely seen in the hands of ordinary Gridanians. The owner of this button is most certainly well-to-do. You may wish to take your search to the Gentry's ward, northwest of here. Wait, a memory comes to me. Of late, there's been a man who's perpetually seated at the bench by the ward's entrance. His name is Ursendel, and I distinctly recall seeing a markedly similar button upon the breast of his jacket. I dare say he can tell you a thing or two about it. Yeah, the Mikote hand-over gesture is pretty sassy. At least in a lot of circumstances. I think it's a more regular one, yeah. If I hand over to my Gala cat, it's just a regular one because there's a specific interaction there where the Gala cat eats out of the hand. And it's very cute. I also kind of wonder if I should ever get any more minions. Or if the Gala cat should just be there for the entirety of Sucre's adventures forever. Good old Parka the Gala cat. I wish you could name minions. Like, officially. Hello, fancy lad. Have you seen a button? I do not believe we are acquainted. Pray leave me to my thoughts. The sigil of the D'Artancourt family. How is it that you came to be in possession of this button? I found it on a body. I'm a cat. From the body of a murdered woman. Her face, was it marred in any way? I'd feared as much. I can no longer feign ignorance. I shall reveal to you the truth of the deaths, but on one condition. You promise to put an end to my lady's madness and free her from her torment. Oh, I know what we're doing now. We're going to the Manor. I remember this dungeon. Skeletons in closet. I was once a manservant in the employ of one of the oldest and proudest families in Gridania, the D'Artancourt. The D'Artancourts. During that time, I had the honor of waiting upon Lady Amandine. Hey, wait a minute. That's the character name that I thought of, like, a while ago, earlier this year, And I completely forgot that it had a connection to this game. I have a character who I've named Amandine. Maybe it was the subconscious memory the entire time. Thankfully, she's also spooky, so it fits. Mistress of the household. Fair as summer was she, and possessed of a heart befitting her radiance. Alas, the calamity wrought a great change in her. Though my lady escaped with her life, death may well have been a kinder fate. Never will I forget the day her bandages were removed, and she beheld her disfigured face for the first time. At that moment, the kindly woman I knew ceased to be. Unable to bear the thought of being seen, my lady sequestered herself within her chambers and refused all company. This continued for many uneasy moons, until one day, without warning, she began receiving queer guests. None among us knew whence they came, these masked men, but my lady believed they would help her to regain what she had once lost. So began the Rights of Rejuvenation. These rituals seemed innocent enough in the beginning, but grew ever more grotesque as time went by. Eventually there came a day when my lady bound one of her handmaidens to her bed and proceeded to mutilate the poor girl's face. Suffice it to say, she did not survive the ordeal. It fell to me to dispose of her body. I performed the dreadful task as bade, obedient servant that I was. But when the time came to return to the house, my legs refused to move. I knew then that I could not go back to the place, not after the nightmare I'd witnessed. So it was that I left Haukke Manor, my home for nigh on half a century. Elegant bow. Long did I weep for the girl who was slain, and longer still for the woman that Lady Amandine had been. Yet one cannot weep forever, and I endeavored to put the matter behind me. Indeed, I'd resolved never to speak of my experience, until you appeared before me. My lady's madness must be ended, lest more innocent lives be lost. Lay her tormented soul to rest, as you swore to me you would. She awaits you at Haukke Manor, on the western edge of the central shroud. Go now. Go and do what must be done. Also, hello to those who have appeared. I forgot this dungeon was happening soon. This is a pretty good one, I think. Though it's also one that would be difficult to tank in because I don't remember the layout. And it's not a straightforward one like many of the later dungeons actually are. The tank is not inherently meant to lead the party on their way through a location, but such a task often falls to the leader. Oh yeah, there was the Halloween event that took place there, that's right. I forget exactly what you had to do during it. But I think that was... I remember it being kind of a fun little mini-game thing. I forgot about that. Was that the Halloween event that gave you, like, the vampire outfit? Or was that a different one? Because that's the main thing I remember about Halloween in this game. I might need a more detailed map. Right, I have to go up the branch. You can purchase that outfit separately, and it might be a good fit for a scarecrow aesthetic, but I don't know. The cloak part of it is a little bit janky. Uh-oh. Never suggest buying something around one who's wont to gift. I don't know if I would actually want it, is the thing. Models in this game are not exactly meant for capes and cloaks, so they do strange things. Here we are at Funny House. Seems to be a floating eye. Seems to be a pond. Seems to be the smith. Imagine if you were the tutorial guy and you had to clone yourself and stand outside of all these dangerous locations. Oh geez, that sounds rough. Haukke Manor. After Qarn and Cutter's Cry, this one should be easier in theory because of the level. Not that it matters over much. This game is making me speak fancier just by playing it. Saying things like overmuch and must needs and want to. Sunken Temple is also good, yeah. Both Sunken Temple and this, if I recall correctly, have a hard mode as well. So we have that to look forward to. Chocobos level so slowly. I need to buy an apartment so that I can feed them. Chocobos are impossible to feed unless they're in a stable. The easiest way to get a stable is to have an apartment. The second way to get a stable is to have an actual house and then put one on your lawn. I should investigate to see if any single place in this entire server has an available housing spot. I am extremely far away from being able to afford such a thing were it to exist, but I might as well look. Seriously doubt that there would be one. And hey, these floating eyes aren't hostile, so we can just hang out and look at them. Yeah, that's true. It's not Balmung, and I've already been able to visibly see the repercussions or like effects of that difference. I'm still shook by the quicksand being normal and like empty. And this seems like a good sign if you have a boarded up door. I'm sure nothing suspicious is going on in this household. Between this boarded basement and the floating eyes patrolling the yard. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, earlier it was said it's Zelda time in the chat, and this manor entrance, this just area of this courtyard feels Zelda-like to me for some reason. It might be because I'm having vague memories of the Yeti mansion in Twilight Princess. Also, I haven't really looked at like the topiary outside of here. What's with these weird, elongated, faceless, vaguely humanoid statue that seems to have two heads? What is this? Lady Amandine? Hello? I don't think there's anything that looks like this in the game, aside from this that I'm looking at right now. Fascinating. And then there's another faceless individual over here. Oh yeah, just the giants from Dark Souls 2, that's right. They're just hanging out. Also, there's a giant cage on the lawn. That's probably fine. Oh, of course, that's just a gazebo. You're right. It's just a gazebo with an edgy aesthetic. Can I jump on these? I can. Aw, shucks, there's a spike. Hey! Ah, I think you can make that. Maybe. Maybe not. I'm not a jump expert. I wonder if you can get up there before you have flight. Maybe there's some way to do that. This is what happens when one must wait for the line in the dungeon. These rocks are not real. Or rather, they are over-real and have a force field about them. Oh, I've also just noticed the statues of winged demons up there. Just in time to enter the dungeon itself. Oops. Just some void scent statues hanging out. Some gargoyles. Some gargoyles. As nobody says. Anyway, time for the dungeon. Hi. As you can see, spooky things are afoot. What if this dungeon was just Resident Evil 1, like the entire game? For some reason. Ah, we've got another bard in the party. Double bard. One thing I'm always kind of sad about for the opening parts of the game is all the dungeons tend to have these little intro themes. And then they just segue into the like standard battle music. Attic bat, you're clearly out of your location. This is not an attic. But yeah, here we have the standard Realm Reborn dungeon battle music. Once again. Now, I don't particularly remember where to go in this dungeon, so hopefully the others have a grasp of it. I like that there's weird slug things called carpet stains in this one. Also, there's Manor maidservants who are just a succubus. That's probably fine. Is the implication that they were hired as a maidservant when they were a succubus, or that the maidservants were turned into voidsent? Is this just a place that hires voidsent as maids? Because that seems like... I mean... It's kind of funny to think about. I mean, yeah, they're definitely, like, transformed, but... It is funny to consider the alternative. There's absolutely no reason for me to use all of my abilities to destroy that creature. Poison may need jobs, but I don't. I'm just on the internet. I'm a cat. My job is cat, I guess. Actually, my job is bard right now. That's just the part of me that wants me to feel bad about myself and my situation, sneaking through and attempting to cope with it via humor on a public stream. Nothing too unusual. Oh, hey, the other bard is also a cat. Oh yeah, I do ignite weddings, that's sometimes true. You ignite you set 2 weddings on fire and you never live it down. Yeah, so far is true. There could always be more weddings. I need to remember to use Peloton to make people move mildly faster outside of a battle. Yeah, we've got 2 cat-girl bards in this party. And looks like an Aura Dark Knight and Lalafell White Mage. I don't know what a claviger is, but this boss is the Manor one of that. To me, that just sounds like part of the name of the person who wrote a webcomic about Final Fantasy the first one. It's a similar word, but not exact. Burrow owner? I don't know exactly what a burrow is. Owner of many houses. I don't know if that really applies to this character, this creature, this individual. Sounds like somebody dipped their nose into a thesaurus at this part of the game. Ah, I see. Maybe that makes a little bit of sense. I'm not sure if I interrupted those void fires or if the other bard did, and it were a mixture of both. Oh, one who has keys. Okay, that makes perfect sense then. Giving Koji Fox a thesaurus can be dangerous. true. This Lalafell White Mage is like wearing her PJs. She's ready for bed. She's ready to have a nap, and she ended up in a haunted manor instead by mistake. I mean, like, easy mistake to make, honestly. Completely understandable. Also, the name she has does not follow any known Lalafellian naming convention whatsoever. So it's possible that she's also accidentally become a Lalafell in the process of trying to go to bed. Or deliberately become a Lalafell in the process of trying to go to bed, perhaps. If you would seek a bed so desperately, it might be beneficial to have more options because your size was more suited to more of them. That's a highly specific isekai situation. Actually, I wonder. I can observe your PJs here, but you do not have any search info for me to check. It's funny for me to be speaking in such elaborate vocabulary due to this game's influence, and also say the word PJs at the same time. In the same sentences. Regardless, I appreciate the sleepy healer in our party. Also the other cat bard, it's always good to have those. I'm pretty close to the next level at this point. That will probably mean another bard quest. I don't remember what you get at level 45. That's 54, that's 52, that's 80, 72, 66, 35. All of these are numbers. 50, 62. Maybe there isn't a 45 one. Or maybe it just doesn't have a prize. Oh, no, it's Reign of Death. I found it. I don't know if that's a quest reward or not, though. Either way, it is very useful to have Reign of Death. That is my other AoE button. Though it's unlikely to come into play before I switch classes to something else. I continuously forget Peloton. Whee. Unlock the spooky door. Oh, I don't remember who to fight first here. Time to guess.
seems that that was a fine choice. Might as well interrupt, I guess. Ah yes, you use return after this one. That's right. Uh-oh. I don't know if the other bard cat knows to return, or how. Hello, and welcome. Uh-oh. Other cat is confused. Seems to be fine now, as they are within range. Maybe? There she is. Hey, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with her face, really. Mostly with all of you, instead. Hello. Welcome. Awoo. The awoo has been redeemed. You get on this railing. You sure can. Is that how it works? You're allowed to teleport to somewhere? Well, if you say so, I guess. Chat people that you can't see. I will stand in a corner where I will be needed. Gotta activate the void lamp. Hello, and congratulations. I guess maybe the void lamps aren't super important to this boss fight anymore. Maybe?
Again, late on the limit break, but you know. Explosions. Yeah, big shot. Best limit break. Big shot. Actually level 1 range DPS limit break, so yeah. Sleepy White Mage gets the commendation. Ooh, a bow. The other bard will no doubt want this as well. Let us compete. Oh, I win. Jokil's Guile and the Manor Belt of War. Ooh. This bow's a bit fancier than the last. Ah, I've been told to take a small break. I was actually planning to in a second. So... we will after this. Darkness has taken root within these halls, sprung from the most unlikely of seeds. One cannot help but admire the irrepressible spirit that quickened it to life. There is 2 of us. It is a pleasure to meet you at last, adventurer. You are every bit as intriguing as our master gave us to believe. It is no ordinary mortal who can acquire 1 crystal of light, much less 3. Ascian of the 12th sword and the 12th staff, I see. The crystals make you strong, and it is to that strength the light is drawn. Heidelin chose well. A pity that your existence is irreconcilable with our own. We cannot well allow you to continue upon your present course. I'm a cat, I fight. Alas, we came here not to play, but to take the measure of your strength for Master La Habrea. That task now accomplished, we take our leave of you. Good boss fight. GG. Fare you well, bringer of light. Sucre just does a whatever. Like, sort of head tilt. Yeah, that's probably fine. Unless we find ourselves once again outside of the manor. Oh hey, it's the bard that was in there with us. Oh, and thunder. Let us return to Gridania, and I will take a break shortly. I hope this weapon coffer that I get for the quest does not immediately outclass the weapon that I just got from the dungeon. Which it might. That would be in the other part of Gridania. Oops. And on that note, I shall be right back. Hello, I have returned. I hope my absence was not overlong. As you might say if you were a fancy speaking person from this video game, I suppose. I don't quite know yet how... Okay, there is a bard quest available. Distracting my own self with my own thoughts mid-sentence. I don't know quite how much longer the stream will go, but I would like to at least complete this segment of this quest and also do the next bard thing while I'm here. Ah, we have someone in the funny armor. This armor fills both the head and the torso slot, among others, I believe. Meaning that the head is... Well, you can't turn your neck when you're wearing this. It's quite something. You were returned. What sights awaited you within the manor? What has become of Lady Amandine? You must tell me all. I'm a cat and I shot her to death. So she went as far to consort with devils. Would that I could have done more to prevent her fall. May she finally find peace in the beyond. I know not whether the masked men you encountered are the same pair that first led my lady astray, but it is plain that they are of the same vile brood. Should the chance ever present itself, promise me that you will visit upon them tenfold the woe they have brought upon others. But who am I to speak of punishment? By my silence I allowed I know not how many innocent young women to die in unspeakable circumstances. It matters not wherefore, through misplaced loyalty, cowardice, or both, I am an abettor to a gross crime. I will surrender myself to the authorities and accept whatever punishment they deem just. I only pray that the gods will have mercy on my soul. Okay. Have fun. Seems like you're just gonna sit on this bench to me, but have fun. And now we are told to report to Minfilia. But first, what other bard puns have we in store? Doing it the bard way is the next one. Stay tuned for Between a Rock and a Bard Place. And bard work bardly matters. Barter better, faster, stronger? Just... all H's are now B's. This is the curse of the bard. The curse of taboo bard. This bit is over now. I'm ending the bit. I apologize. I can't apologize for Koji Fox, but he knows what he's done. Oh, I can't do this one, because it's going to be in Snowtown, snowy Snowtown, snow place. I can start it. Welcome back, Sucro. By your tranquil countenance, it is plain that both your body and soul are in readiness for the next stage of your journey. Very well. The time is ripe that I teach you the Ballad of the Vainglorious Fool. The song tells the tale of an archer of the god's quiver whose peerless skill was surpassed only by his hubris. I wonder if this could be about me. Ho ho. Alas, that hubris led to the annihilation of his entire regiment at the battle which has come to be called the Massacre of Griffin Crossing. Ahem. Standing guard in dead of night, an archer wearying of the sight, drunk on pride and starved of glory, forsook his post to claim victory. You're supposed to be a great bard and you just rhymed glory and victory.
I object. 10 score yawms had the archer crept when shrieks rang out whence his comrades slept. For he was not there to see the knives, nor to ring the bell and save friends' lives. Tell me, Sucro, what lessons can be learned from this tale? Get better at rhyming. But hold that thought. What your tongue claims to understand interests me not. Hey, you rhymed again by accident. As before, I'd sooner have you demonstrate the fruits of your learning with bow in hand. This time, however, you shall have the pleasure of my company. I would have you escort me to the Gelmora ruins in the North Shroud. It's there that some few fallen from the massacre of Griffin Crossing have been laid to rest. Pray honor this place of remembrance with a bouquet of lilies. That's probably true. It's very cat to do, so it's probably canon. There's like a butterfly or something. Heed me, O puissant Althic. Cast thee back the reins to the firmament, that we might gaze upon the battles of yore. I think this guy kind of sucks as a bard, honestly. He's just sitting there like strumming arbitrary notes and rhyming glory and victory. Like that's his epic bard song. That's the level of quality we're dealing with. Anime of that nature is unlikely to be pleasant for me to observe. Oh no, I summoned Titan Extreme. Whoops. I played Titan's favorite tune by accident. There's no way I could have known. I know how to fix this. I can fix this. All I have to do is put Titan back to sleep. It's easy. There. Oops, extra note. Goron's lullaby solves everything. Titan is big rock, Goron is big rock. Therefore, Titan is a Goron. Oh no! My hubris. As I am being taught about in the Ballad of the Vainglorious shitty at rhyming fool idiot. Or whatever. That's the wrong. Yeah, Sucro's pet Gala cat did sort of phase through her while she was playing music. It happens. I think that's just realistic cat behavior. I think cats can phase through objects, probably. Or at least it can seem that way. Cats are both liquid and non-corporeal. A cat is a semi-solid platform in the form of a living creature. Perhaps I am able to do this one. Some manner of fate is occurring. I choose to ignore it. Ah, plasmoid. Bouquets such as these are oft used as offerings to the dead. Suddenly fighting.
Oh, I'm muted, sorry. I was muted, you're right. Oh no, he's having a problem. I was being baffled at the enemy van, is all. Because it's surely an antiquated abbreviation of Vanguard or some such. But, I'm just picturing a minivan or something. No, I cannot. The ballad was about me the whole time. Why do I still draw breath? Uh-oh. I'll handle this. That a sin of the past would beget another. Forgive me, Sucro. He just runs away. Time to destroy a van. It's like a bonus stage in a fighting game. I don't actually know what dysgraphia is. Or what exactly you mean by that. Yeah, small numbers are pretty strange, and we'll be seeing more of them come in Walker because of how they're rebalancing things. You are the white mage of the crew. Oh, I see. That sounds difficult. Probably should have been a little bit more obvious what that word meant, though. Huh. The enemy van has been totaled. Hey, Jahandel. I did it. As you've doubtless noticed, I'm no longer capable of wielding a bow. I, whom they call the God's Bow. I'd hoped that the years would take the edge off the memories, but I hoped in vain. Absolution does not come easily. Heed me well, Sucro, for I shall reveal all to you. The man sung of in the Ballad of the Vainglorious Fool, whose hubris doomed an entire regiment, he and I are one and the same. Being no stranger to the bow, you will know that the archer's role in battle is that of support, though increasingly less so in the expansions to follow, until Endwalker, when they would decide to bring back some of the bard's support role. His charge is to thin out the enemy line that his comrades might gain ground in the field of battle. By that most basic of criteria, I was unfit to hold a bow from the first. Jesus. That shot of that dead person's face. Pointing! God.
gasp. I doth been pointed at, forsooth. In my pride and lust for glory, I sent countless souls to a bloody grave. Good men and women all, with loved ones and bright futures awaiting them. I lost the will to live that day, becoming an empty husk of a man, tormented in sleep and wakefulness both by the memories of my crime. Oh hey, this music. This leitmotif that exists later in very sad moments as well. I forget what this is called, but it gives me emotions to hear it. But the gods were not without mercy. They gifted me with song that I might find a measure of solace in my wretched existence. Cat detection. Oh. A new melody resounds within you, I see. Though this outing was rather far departed from what I had in mind, that it still bore fruit gives me comfort. I learned how to shoot more arrows. Unlike you, I guess. Seems a bit rude of the soul crystal, to be honest. Witness how this man could not shoot a bow, and learn how to shoot a bow many times, so that you're not like this guy. Rude. On that note, let us conclude the lesson. By the way, why did the quest banner have snow in it? I guess regret might be a recurring thing, but we won't know for much longer when I abruptly pivot to something else in 5 levels. I dare say I have no cause to worry that you will repeat the self-same mistake as the Vainglorious fool. Sucro, I would be alone for a while. Take yourself back to camp. I shall make my own way there presently. Do I actually get the skill now? Or do I get it, like, later? Your empathy unlocks echoes of an ancient melody within you. Cool. But not really, because you don't have it yet. It's only the echoes of it, it's not the whole thing yet. And it's not really a melody, so I wonder if this was originally a different reward? Because it's going to teach me how to shoot a rain of arrows. Ah, the can. The cat, if you will. That's the can, but all the notes are made of nya. Etc. You know how it goes. You are intrinsically aware of this procedure. I don't know what words I'm saying anymore. I'm just speaking. I can smell food on the horizon. I don't know why I said that either. But I can smell food, and it probably will be soon, so we might need to wrap up shortly. Regardless. Maybe we can cheer up Jahantel with a jolly harvest dance. I picked this up off screen. There are quests which you can learn dances from in each of the major cities. This is one of them. Anyways, I'm glad to see you safely returned. Though I rasp my voice hoarse through the saying of it, I cannot tell you enough times how much I regret dragging you into such danger. And yet there is more I would ask of you. If you would do the kindness of lending me your ear, then pray speak now. Meow. I'm cat. I speak. Also, you learned how to shoot many arrow. Hooyah! Rain of death. Just like what happened to all this guy's friends. Isn't that great? Oh, the next quest is now. So Rain of Death is the AoE version of Bloodletter, basically. It's pretty cool looking. The end. It shares a cooldown with it. It shares the same off global cooldown roll in a attack pattern. What's up? You will listen to my request, though you know me for the vainglorious fool that I am? I'm humbled. The boon I ask of you is simple. I would have you sing for me. I'll do it! Sucro, give us your wondrous song. Okay, it happened. Nothing, it just like fades in and out. Fades out and in, rather. Yeah, it's gotta be like a Mario Paint Meow cover or something. Probably the Can, as just discussed. I wish I had something to pull up, specifically, and say that that was it. A heartfelt performance, masterfully delivered. You have come far in such a short time, my young apprentice. Hearing your song this day, I'm convinced that you are well on your way to surpassing me as bard and archer both. Soon there will be naught left for me to impart to you. That is because the original level cap was level 50, Sucro, and this is the level 45 quest. You have proven yourself worthy of the consecrated garments worn by the true bards of old to honor the keeper. Oh shit. Bard armor. I speak of the choral attire. I didn't know this was now. Unless that's at 50, and he's just like, soon. The attire was entrusted to me when Pukno Poki and I first met, deep within the Twelveswood. The Moogle and I had traded scarce more than a handful of words when he proffered me the attire, along with the soul of the bard. At that time, I knew not the true power of song, and so declined the gifts. But Pukno Poki would not be denied. For all his good humor, the Moogle can be as unmoving as a rock. The attire chooses the wearer, not the other way round, he insisted. And I found myself yielding to his will. In mastering the verses of war, I won acclaim beyond my wildest dreams upon the field of battle, and for a time I was well pleased. Alas, my lust for glory knew no bounds, the consequence of which you are already aware. It was in the wake of the massacre of Griffin Crossing. Stricken with guilt, I wanted naught more than the earth to open up to swallow me whole. I'd lost the will to live, but I was too craven to end it myself. And so I took to wandering aimlessly, in search of a place to die, far away from the judging eyes of men. Disillusioned with the power of song, I committed an act of folly. I scattered the choral attire across the realm. If truly the attire chooses its wearer, I challenged, then let it find its way back to me. Determined that I would not be proven wrong, I went to great pains to ensure the attire would never again see the light of day, and the pieces now rest in places of peril. Being the proud fool that I was, it never crossed my mind that mayhap another was meant to don it. I would entrust the choral attire to you, Sucro, but as you can see, you must needs brave the dangers to claim it. I shall mark its whereabouts on your map, but I can afford you no further aid beyond that. I'm deeply sorry that my folly of years past has entailed this burden upon you, but Althic works in mysterious ways. In his wisdom, may it be that he has sent this trial to test your spirit. I mean not for my sentiments to encumber you, but I am convinced that you are the one chosen by the choral attire. But pray, do not take that as license for complacency. Trials wouldn't be called such if they failed to tax one's ability. Typically, they require 8 players. Stay ever on your toes, Sucro. I would have you return whole of body and bearing the 4 parts of my surrendered raiment. Okay. Ding. That's not the sound a harp makes. Heed me, O Posant Alpic. Reverse thee the seasons turning that we might gaze upon the battles of yore. You said that before. Is this the equivalent of, like, leaving the same message several times? Oh boy. One of them is on Odin's lawn. Alright. I guess we can do this now. I don't actually know if I have time for this, but I'll do my best. Every time I say I'll do my best, I immediately think Andros won't have his way with me or whatever Fox McCloud says. It's just so ingrained into my brain at this point. I am always thinking about Fox McCloud, apparently. Or at least Star Fox 64. Oh, is this gonna be a pain in the butt because this is like a gate that I am not allowed through? Is that gonna be a thing? And I have to go all the way around? That sounds familiar. Keep shooting! We've got lots of arrows. Exactly. They're not gonna let me through here, are they? Oh, they will. That's convenient. Hey, look, check it out. It's the Sahagin town. The evil Sahagin town. So, he just put this in a sack and then put it on this cliff and no one has touched it since. I found pants. Oh wait, I can already equip these. I have colorful pants now. My power gradually grows. Time for Odin. The coral attire is pretty neat. I like it a bit. Not as much now as I did in the past, due to the changes in my sensibilities and needs. That's a vague statement, but maybe you'll see what I mean soon. It's a fun, colorful design. Which part of the bard suit did you hide in Odin's decorative lawn topiary or whatever? Also, these bats are called Lesser Kalong. And that just sounds like a sound effect to me, frankly. Yeah, we also passed the enemy called Deep Void Death Mouse, which is a very good name. You're below the recommended level for this fate. Uh-oh. It's fine, it's fine. I believe this is the gloves. Yes. I think you actually don't get the whole thing. Oh. Northern Feminine. Well, we got some exploring to do here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you don't get the entire set here. Because there's only 4 pieces. Maybe he gives you the last one. Maybe he was holding on to it. I forgot that the first set of artifact gear is 95. I accidentally pressed the Xbox Home button.
Let's see what travesties are wrought from this mistake. Begone, Xbox game bar. Trouble me not. Giant cacti. Where? No, that's just a cactus, I think. Or is it? Every cactus is a cactar waiting to surprise you. Well, I guess we might as well attune to the stuff over here. Could be handy to have. Make way for Sucro and her newly found colorful pants. She found them in a bag in the middle of nowhere. The mystery pants heralding the great bard of the age who is going to become something completely different very soon and immediately forget all of her bard knowledge. Where am I going? Welcome to Spooky Blue Zone, by the way. A memory surfaces in my mind, an echo of the past. I once encountered a cat named, like, Sonic Hedgehog mining in this area. I do believe. Such is the sort of thing you will find in Eorzea. A basilisk is mad at me, and I haven't done anything wrong. Yeah, I think I remember Fate stuff happening around this area too. Here we see discarded weaponry of some kind. We begin to encounter Imperials in their native habitat. I don't remember if encountering things levels above you in this game is automatically fatal. Probably not quite so much as it was in other games. But there's our mystery bag. Don't fight me, I'm just a cat. All I want is to get clothes off the ground and put them on. There they are. I have located shoes deep within the Imperial stronghold. Ta-da! And lastly, we have, that seems to be the Ixal's territory, I would think. Perhaps? Or the Sylph's territory, I don't actually know. I'm pretty sure you don't get the last piece of this attire until level 50. Which means we're going to have a very mismatched outfit, should I choose to, not immediately glamour over it. Oh yeah, this is Sylph
This is the Sylph ones. This is gonna be relevant later when Ramu decides to get angry instead of just hanging out. A place we briefly peeked into not long ago. Now it holds the secret to the barred hat, I believe. Because of course the chest piece that really completes the set is going to be the last one we get. No doubt. Yep. Welcome to the spooky zone, or another one. You're below the recommended level for this fate. Uh-oh, I've encountered aggression. Flee, Sucro! Wait. How do I flee? Where do I go? Uh-oh. This way. Probably. Maybe? No. Uh-oh. Why is it? Oh, I just go this way. I'm silly. Mischievous music is playing. Oh no. I'm going to have to do a fight. They're not going to get unmad over here. Maybe? Maybe not. And there is a hat. A fun hat for a cat. Oh, my ears poke through it. This means this hat is actually good. Oh no, my earring pokes through it. This means this hat is actually bad. Well. No, it's fine actually. I just need to... Best with invisible earring. Shahantel, I have gathered the 4 parts of the attire. It's missing the most important part of the attire. Where is the shirt? Shahantel? Where is my commemorative bard t-shirt? I need it. This is a good hat though. I guess I didn't have to fight after all. Was there a slide whistle in that song? Those wacky sylphs. I don't believe I can dye any of this, right? Correct, I can. That only happens when you get the augmented version. Hello, Magitech armor, blocking the entire man. So you've returned, sound of body and mind, I trust. There's his face. And you bear the 4 parts of the choral attire. I knew you for the true owner of these garments ere I heard your song. Since the day we met, your determination has reminded me of much that I've lost and would have again. I have at last settled my heart on a matter that has plagued me for some decades. When my preparations are complete, you shall know of my decision. Until then, may your song lift the spirits of your allies and your arrows seek the hearts of your foes. Hey, though, what about the shirt? It's right there. We can see... Oh, I still have my preview of... So you can see the shirt here. First of all, it doesn't really match the rest of the colors. Secondly, it shows a fair bit of skin, which I'm not much of a fan of these days. But overall, the set is pretty cool. I do like it, still, I think. But, alas, we can't get this until level 50. At which point I might not even remain Bard. Let's see if there's some way we can make this match. For example, were I to dye this in some way. The brown does not quite fit. That works alright. A bit of a blue there, maybe. Oh yeah, the Bard achievements are just called A Bard's Tale, by the way. So that is another reference joke. Funny haha. Present within the game. Let us for now return to Gridania. And see ourselves to bed. Wow, I've streamed for 5 hours and 16 minutes and 24 seconds. That's quite a lot for today. Hopefully that makes up a little bit for the lack of streaming in the past week. I feel like instead of immediately glamoring over it, I might keep the coral attire a little. Maybe there's something I can change the chest piece into to better match it. Ah, Parsnip Ragamuffin. That's a good character name. Let's see here. So I wouldn't be able to, like, show equipped gear. But I might be able to preview things that I have. Nope. In fact, I cannot do that. Very well. Oh, no, I can. This works decently with it. Though those tights are very much so. What else do we have here? Ah, suspenders connected to nothing. A very powerful fashion statement that I could choose to make. A dress that covers everything. Hippie clothing. What if instead the armoire, perhaps? Can I preview these from here? I can indeed. Hey, that works alright. Here we have various other Final Fantasies represented. Maybe it would be best to just glamour over this stuff for now, because it doesn't really work to me with other things that much. I do have a chicken knife, though. Behold. Perhaps instead of that, I will just, this is like to be replaced sooner rather than later, but at least a dye to make the colors more suited. Yeah, that's alright. This will be Sucro for a bit. All that having been said, thank you all for watching. This has been Sucro's continuing adventures in Eorzea. Next time, we report to the Waking Sands once more. And perhaps do some other things. Perhaps we will unlock, say, Samurai or Red Mage soon. As usual, as I'm attempting to stream more often now, I feel I must inform you all of the various ways you can support me should you so choose. Firstly, there's the options through Twitch, which are not recommended at the moment due to Twitch having poor policies on important matters. But there's subscribing, there's bits, there's that sort of thing. There's also Patreon, Ko-Fi, etc., which you can find below the stream. Links to them. And most importantly, just spreading the word. When these go up on YouTube, there's always the classic like, comment, subscribe. But if you feel the need to do any of that, or if you would like to do any of that, I appreciate it. And I appreciate all of you for stopping by today and hanging out and watching as I do silly cat things. But all of that said and done, it's gonna be time to end the stream. So Sucro is gonna take a nap. Good night, everyone. I hope the rest of your day is great.